92.60. Did I see new items in the store?
Come and don the mantle of history's champions.
I did, but none of them are in the store. Well, they're not in the store now anyways. Fucking starting a stream at 1 a.m. Hey Subek, what's up, man? Oh god, I didn't do my bags the last time I logged out. Cool beans, buddy. Oh shit, Marvel, my dude. What's good, mate? Yo, yo, yo. What a time to start a stream, eh? Fuck here now. It's so late. It's 1 a.m. Well, it's practically 1 a.m. It's 5 minutes to 1. She. Oh, man. Perfect time for you, Christ. That's pretty good. That is pretty good, actually. Eight. I don't know why I'm checking the gear. Well, I mean, I gotta check it because I didn't apparently the last time. I just logged out without checking this. Hey, Slice, what's up? Evening, boys. Yeah. We're here. We're about to play a little bit more Rogue. Late night Cora. Absolutely. It's actually early morning Dalkora, technically, right? Because we're in the AMs. Fucking hell, what am I doing? I don't know how long this like enthusiasm for being awake at this time is going to last, if I'm completely honest with you. Maybe not very long at all. 21's a pretty good roll, isn't it? No, it's not. It's better than that roll. Goes up to 28. Oh, mate, that's not bad. Oh, shit. And Min guy as well. Wow, I'm feeling blessed today. What's up, mate? Good afternoon, I think. I just made a fucking god tier bow out of nowhere. Hopefully I have a max roll accelerating somewhere. Probably not. I've not got that kind of luck, let's be honest. Might do though if I'm lucky. Oh god. Oh god. Smiting, accelerate. Oh, I'm fucking good at the game. You've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, you lucky devil. I just finished Cyberpunk 2077 in the last stream. It was fucking legit. Alright, we'll just extract that. Pop it on here. Oh, what a bow, boys. What a bow. You saw a bit? Nice. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought that was a nice game. You need to wait for it for Xbox? Why do you need to wait? Is it not out yet?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, Baldur's Gate. Oh, yeah, shit. Sorry, mate. I thought we were talking about Cyberpunk, so that's why I was like, what? Ah, mate, that's juicy. I gained 12% crit damage and 12% vulnerable damage. That is not a small amount. That is very, very nice indeed.
What will it be?
Branching Follies, Bone Weave. What am I using? Disobedience, Frostbitten, Quickening Fog, Stolen Vigor. I've got Edge Masters over there. Surprise, Vengeful. Cheats. Okay, now I think these are all
That's the
these are all good to go. What a nice little upgrade to start the stream with. Just sitting there in my bags, ready to rock. Pallid dive, Sauret's lair, range, death pulse. Okay, cash money. Oceans, I know, guys, I know. I've not been away from the game that long. You just got the Voodoo Boys quest. Yeah, that's just right at the beginning of Liberty. GG rolls. Yeah, we did good. Did you get that missing call? Yeah, Slice, I managed to finish everything. I did the last mission that I didn't get off stream. It wasn't really anything special. I did like an alternative ending off stream as well, but you know, it is what it is. We got the ending that we got on stream, you know, no take backs. I can't remember how to play this game. I ain't gonna lie. Well, I press buttons again, don't I? Wait, these enemies are kind of a high level now. I just remembered, right? I don't have any CC break. I better be a careful boy right now. Gotta be careful here. Yeah, not played in a week, and we're not exactly playing my like comfort class. Should we order some spicy food for the stream? I'm not gonna eat spicy food at this time of night. Holy crap! I'll never get to sleep. Oh, dude, I actually double tapped. I just woke up. No, look at the time. 1 a.m. The reason I started my stream so late as well is because I knew if I streamed earlier, by the time we get to the campfire chat, I'd be fucking knackered. So I basically just spent the whole day doing nothing. Tried to have a little nap. But, I mean, I probably was asleep for like 30 minutes. If I'm lucky. A curse shrine. I don't really got time for that, buddy. Carnal house. I'm not gonna fight these. It's a waste of my time. Looks like I'm not too far away from level 93. Yeah, no. Woo! Woo! Fuck that. Alright, let's go smash the balls.
I need more time. I don't have enough energy.
We don't have enough energy. Jesus Christ almighty. Fun. Hey, Ambient. Hey, we're doing well, mate. Doing well. A little late, but we'll be alright. Alright, so let's have a look. Did I get anything good? Chest armor. It's probably pretty good. 801. Nothing on it. Nope. Nope. Cool sustenance. Nope. Deadly venom. Agility skills. Damage reduction from Exploit. My necklace is pretty good now, though, I think. Shadow Slicer. What have I got here? A 12% revenge. A Picana. Okay, so those are both rubbish. Let's just drop them here.
I'll keep my forge hot.
Mm-hmm. Pallid Delve, Stockades, Immortal Emanation, Drifting Shade, Range Defenders, Overpower Assist. I have increased crit chance. Very nice. Losing my rogue would set the tone. It would. I'm not planning on doing it though. Do I see Fields of Crimson as mandatory? No, not mandatory. Definitely not mandatory. Yeah, definitely not mandatory. It's just it's a nice addition. It can make use of it, which is just, that's really good all on its own, honestly. But it makes your ruptures a lot stronger. Gives you a pretty healthy dose of cooldown reduction on them. And since they buffed it, it's actually a pretty good sword. I am fighting one bloody guy. You or what? It's nice coming back after a couple of days break, actually, not gonna lie. It's like refreshing, you know? Well, obviously nothing too crazy's changed, but... or nothing's changed at all, but it's good to be back. I think I don't have enough energy. Hey, something's hurting me pretty bad here. It's all the banshees, right? They're just like waiting on me, doing their thing. Wonder its shrine. It doesn't seem to be like responding too well to my button clicks. Let me take this gear here. Alright. Fucking thing. I'll take that, thank you. Oh, I can move forward, nice. Alright, what is this? Survive the attack? Great. Good times. Good times. Bam, bam. Woo! Oh, go away, wall. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Yikers. No worries, Hellberg. I'll probably be doing a like a post Campfire YouTube video as well, mate. If you want the long and sweet of it, or the short and sweet of it. Sorry, not the long and sweet, the short and sweet. I'll try and like condense it down to like, you know, somewhere under 10 minutes, depending. Well, it depends on how much they go through, but there'll be a video afterwards. Yes. Easy, mate. Have a good one. I'll take that. Oh, son of a bitch. I dashed right into that, didn't I? I suck. Yoink. Me low on energy. Excited for the next stream. You glad to see some Diablo again, everybody? Well, the Campfire. Oh, not my stream. All right. Well, shit. I see how it is. All right, fine. Not the worst kill time in the world. Not the best neither. That takes forever, that does. My VoDs are quite far behind. They're like a week behind. I'm just having trouble catching up. But you can watch them. Remember, there is the VoD channel. Oh, speak of the devil, dude. I need to turn my fucking timers back on Stream Elements. Hang a minute. Hang on a darn minute. I need to go do that real quick, don't I? So I'm gonna go quickly and sort that out. Make sure I have those mother flippers ready to go. Where is it? Chatbot timers. Okay, that's back on. Nice. I think so. You off to bed? Well, all right. I'll try not to wake you up when I come to bed. You're funny. You might want to close the door, okay? Good night, babe. Good night. Night. Night, night. Audacity. She's gone already. She's already gone. Let's see. Nothing else here is really tickling my fancy. Crit, vulnerable and cold, low rolls, max life, crit, dazed. Nope. And nope.
Let's preserve it. Come back if you need work.
Or frost demise. Cold resist. Nah, this one seems fine. Nothing too spooky about that dungeon. gosh. Okay. So guys, tell me, what are your hopes and concerns for the campfire? Any of you been following it closely? Have any like expectations? Anything like that? Too many? I can see stuff going kind of crazy here at the moment. Oh, Conduit try. I'm human again. You have high expectations. I definitely feel like they know this one has to be big. I am somewhat trying to stay conservative with my expectations as well. Like, just trying to not get myself too hyped up, just in case it's falls short of expectations, because my motivation will go down like a lead balloon. Oh god, this dungeon's a little spicier than I thought. Oh god. Oh god. I'm afraid that whatever they'll rework be like I'm afraid that whatever they rework will fuck something up. There's a very good chance of that happening, Marvel. It will like, we've reworked resistances, but now armor doesn't work. Oh, that will be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, I hope they share like a strong level of detail at least, so that we can analyze it and you know whether or not it's worth getting excited about now or not. Honestly, if they're like overly secretive or vague about what's going on, that's just kind of a red flag in my mind. If they've got something they're really going to be like proud of, I suspect they'll sing and shout about it. Nice. Oh man, this is gonna be tough. Whew. I usually yawn a lot, but today is going to be special because I have a genuine excuse of being sleepy. Not just because. You haven't played D4 in a month. Damn, dude. What have we been playing instead? Bridget's finesse +2 movement speed.
Anything else?
You mean when you say crossplay, Uzelia, you talking about like Anaris and Lilith turning up in other games, or do you mean like Xbox, PlayStation, like that kind of crossplay? I don't want to do that. Do this one. Wait, you've played Baldur's Gate 3 for 900 hours? Yeah, well, I mean, Uzelia, like, it's a guaranteed thing. Like, especially on the second Campfire chat, because that's on the same day that the new Overwatch season goes live with all of the Diablo stuff in it. So they're 100% going to be using some time in that stream for that, because they say like on each stream's itinerary there is like, it does say like and more. It's like X, Y, Z and more, and it will definitely be, they will be talking about that stuff, goes without saying. Hopefully for not too long. You've played 900 hours of Baldur's Gate, man. God damn it. I mean, it's a great game. It's a game you can do that in. I'm surprised. I'm surprised though. Like, honestly, I didn't realize there was that much content. Excuse me. Is it all like? I'm assuming that's over multiple saves, right? You're probably like running through the game in like different builds, different endings. Or have you just gone for like the most giga completion of all time? I've spoke to every NPC, read every book. Co-op play with different people. Bro, I cannot play those types of games with other people. I find it very difficult. I find it very difficult. I tried a couple of times with Divinity Original Sin 2. And some of the stuff that kind of annoys me about the CRPGs with co-op play specifically is that, like, people can... and I mean, some people probably like this, but, like, they can talk with NPCs and exhaust dialogue, like, before you even get a chance to have a look at it. So they'll be like, oh, I spoke to this guy and he told me all about all of this stuff. And then when you go to talk to him, he's like, I've already told you everything I know. But you don't actually know what he said. And I hate that. There's an option to do it in that game. Well, that's good. That's a big pain point for me. I think, oh god, I'm definitely somebody who enjoys those games solo. That's why I always try to, like, if I can, I'll build my character to be solo, like lone wolf style. Way more fun, especially not having to deal with 500 fucking inventories as well, or gearing out like about a bazillion characters. It's trying. Did you give up on getting every character to level 100? No. I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Hey, Ceramic Gnome. Yeah, dude, it's it's one of the mini games in one of the pubs, mate. Hey, Shorty. Yeah, good morning, mate. Oh god, that hurts. Crikey. Oh, I haven't done this one in time at all. The last one just didn't spawn. Fair play.
Didn't collect much. It won't make me rich, but it'll help. Here, that's for you.
Hey, what's up, HC man? How you doing? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Let's do a little shout out for my boy here. Boom. Yeah, dude, we're gonna get there pretty easily. Like, this guy's only got level 7 levels to go, and then my Sork is level 60. I say 4 days of playing Diablo, like 4 8-hour days. Boom, done. I got 2 weeks. Well, not quite 2 weeks, but I've got more than enough time to do it. It might be nice if there's somewhat of a time constraint. It will like motivate me to pump before the end of the season. But we'll get it done. Like pretty easy. I think within a couple of days of the end of the season. I'm actually more concerned to what I'm going to do afterwards. I'm going to be a little bored. I'll just be like, you know, well, it's not much for me to do now. Well, I mean, I could have said that probably like 2 weeks into the season, let alone now, but you know. Got Lilith on Sork. Ooh, very nice. Dark Dance. What am I using? How many hours? Brekkie, like 1.5. 1.5. Yeah, today I'm not pumping too hard. We're gonna do dungeons at a reasonable rate, but I'm chill. I'm warming back up my Diablo muscles. Might get a couple of levels done before the chat. Get back kind of into the swing of things tomorrow. And we'll go from there. Tomorrow's stream is likely to be late as well, you know, as a result of this stream keeping me up until God knows what hour in the morning. Crikey. Oh, it's crazy, mate.
My bags are full.
Oh, bags are full. We got a missed call. Don't need the old man. It's all good. I have to ring him tomorrow, wouldn't I? Probably won't be rolling for a new bow anytime soon. 797. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, it's got intelligence. Lol. I mean, intelligence isn't the worst thing in the world, I suppose. I do actually use it, so. I even got max ranks of Twisting Blades on it. God damn. 10% attack speed, willpower. You never have enough good pairs of pants, can you, boys? Vulnerable. No, nothing on here, nothing on here, nothing on here. 1.5 hours. Yeah, the funny thing about that game, Marvel, is that we've known about it for a really, really long time. I was surprised to see that that's like got this whole big event behind it, because it's an old game. Like, for real. I remember seeing that like a year ago, 2 years ago. I thought it was already out. Oh, bugger. I didn't yet press the lever. Last wave? Nah. Not worth it, because what ending did I get? I got the bad one. I had Arasaka help me. And yeah, shit went to hell in a handbasket. I thought if I went for the one where I used Panam would die, so I didn't do that one. The other option was to go with Johnny and Rogue, but I thought, well, if I go with Johnny, I'm pretty sure my character will die. And I thought, well, with the Arasaka option, it seems like it didn't seem like too much could go wrong. Like I was just like, well, I'm not putting anyone at risk here, so I should be able to get this one done. And yeah, it kind of went giga bad. My logic failed horribly. If I were to contact, if you were to contact a travel agency in Korea, how much would it cost for a 5 to 7 day trip to Japan? I don't use travel agencies, so I would not be able to tell you. I'm not even sure what you would pay a travel agency for. It's like easy as fuck just to book a hotel and a flight. I don't know what you would do. So I would have no idea. I could tell you how much a flight to Japan from Korea cost. I have no idea. Yeah, I do everything myself. Like I'll book my hotel, my flights, and then I'll decide what I want to do. Typically, I have a lot of fun just running around the cities by myself and just eating at restaurants and all that kind of stuff. And then there's always Google Maps. I run out of things to do, but I rarely do. Yeah, I went back and I did an additional ending, Brecky, and I did that one. But you're not exactly living your best life. You die, so yeah, it's what it is. Let's see. Is that any good? Vulnerable. You know, every now and then, shorty. Every now and then, mate. Not too sure if there's anything here useful.
Can't do that here.
It was a Netrunner hacker. Living the RP dream, Marvel. Right, I need to go grab a refill on my drink. For some reason, I'm like mega thirsty. Microphone swinging around like a fucking idiot. 1 second, lads. Just gonna get a little drinky poo. Yeah, just chilling with the boys, shorty. Easy, easy squeezy, mate. All right. Up another one of those bad boys. Doesn't sound like fun. Immortal Emanation, melee defenders. Melee defenders. Vulnerable, definitely not. Don't like that dungeon. This one might be okay. Alright, let's go. Yeah, there definitely seems to be a little bit more to the game. I wonder if they'll be adding another DLC. And if they do, where that would sit in the story. Really? Oh, that's a shame. There seems like there was a little more to tell story-wise, but I don't know, maybe a cliffhanger was intentional. On a new Cyberpunk. Nah, they're gonna be doing Witcher 4, baby. This time we play as Ciri, the new Witcher. Whoa. That shit hurt. This poison is huge. This is the resource starving one, right? I was hoping to see Ciri in Cyberpunk. Oh, you mean like that's like an Easter egg, right? There's a couple of Easter eggs in there. It's like the arcade games, like Roach Race, which is pretty goof. It's actually kind of hard as well. Like the game is a little RNG. Sometimes like you'll jump over something and it'll just put a hole right off screen where you can't see it. But all in all, I think they did a really great job with the game. There were quite a lot of fun Easter eggs in it as well, like with celebrities and stuff like that. Making like strange appearances here, there, and everywhere. Okay, now, mate. My ass whooped there. That poison is fucking brutal. I'm gonna go get that now. That will help a lot with bosses. Yoink. Have you ever made it without a cheat death pot? I mean, several of the classes that I've played have gotten to level 100 without ever proccing one, but I've always used one. Because might as well, right? Like, they're so easy to make. I think, like, all 3 of my barbarians have never procced a potion outside of Uber Lilith or a tier 100 dungeon. And I'm pretty sure my druid never procced one until I was doing tier 100s. My rogue probably has procced a couple, I think. I can't remember about the necromancer. I can't remember the necromancer having procced one.
My soul. Please. Take it back from them. Let it end.
Where's the one I need to kill? I'm fucking in there somewhere, I guess. A little bit of XP. What you got for me there, boy? Hot take, ditch spending money on IRL actors and spend it on making Cyberpunk a solid game. For me, having IRL actors in the game doesn't add much to it. Cyberpunk's a pretty good game now, though. And I feel like having Keanu Reeves as Johnny is pretty cool. I enjoyed it. Especially in a story-driven game, the acting is extremely important. Oh shit. Oh my. Almost procced it. And that damage reflect bullshit from those guys is actually kind of dangerous on my rogue. Can't believe I've actually got to look out for something. That's annoying. You're supposed to be able to play on the moon and underground. Side quests were made shorter, like the Jefferson Paralysis ones were supposed to be longer. Yeah, that definitely felt like there was supposed to be more to that one. I don't know how much of a money problem it was. Like, they had a fucking gigantic problem with, like, the time constraint that they put on themselves, right? That was a huge part of that. But the game came together pretty well for me. I mean, going in without, like, you know, having any expectations of the game did me a lot of favors. And even with my, like, Giga Blast build, in which I basically just W key through everything in the, like, in the entire game, it still took me like 70 hours to complete, which is pretty damn impressive. Again, considering the way I play, like, most games barely last like 30 hours for me. Like I said earlier, like, some of the quests were finished on cliffhangers that didn't quite make sense. Like, I felt like I wanted, you know, I definitely wanted some closure on them. Like the Peraltus one, whatever the hell they're called, like, that one just seems to fall off a cliff. Gary the prophet, just, you know, he just disappears, and I'm sure I could think of another couple where they just end abruptly. So there's room for more in there, but honestly, most people are probably already taken like 150 hours to complete the game. I think that's pretty good bang for buck. Because the play is good too. Like, it feels fun to play. Oh, I did everything. That's also another thing. Like, I like 100%ed the game in like 70 hours on the hardest setting. I did every side gig, every side mission, every main mission, everything. I did absolutely everything the game had to offer. Took about 70 hours. But again, like, my build was W key. I one-shot everything in the game because I just found a busted interaction between two weapon mods. And I built my character for movement speed, essentially. I ran around like a fucking nutter. It just made me sad that my computer wasn't a little bit more up to the task. Because there was a lot of times where the gameplay was affected pretty negatively by my frame rates, like going under 50. Optics were shit though. I barely ever got to use any optics, but yeah, the ones that I did didn't seem that good. Because I use a double barrel, so like I just basically never got to use a scope at all in the entire game. I would like to go back and play the game again though, like on a more powerful PC with a better monitor. Not going guns blazing? I don't think I didn't go guns blazing a single mission. It's the best way to play, in my opinion. Just blow everybody up. Like, I killed everything and anything. I had a lot of fun though, because I basically wanted to play like a berserker, right? I just wanted to go ape shit. And I did. Dude, where is the, there we go. That's going to be a long stun though. You missed out on a lot of interactions. Yeah, possibly. I mean, if it was If it was like funny or something, that sucks, but I didn't dislike the playthrough I got. It seemed like I had more than enough funny interactions. Like sometimes those things can get kind of frustrating. I was feeling that a little bit with some of the quests. But there's like a lot of fluff. Like, that's one thing that I'm always kind of mindful with games. It's like trying not to soak in too much fluff. How was my fight with Adam Smasher? I killed him in like 5 seconds. I used the gorilla fists and just punched him to death. If you hit him enough, like if you hit Adam Smasher like in like the weak points with the gorilla fist, you can do a finisher on him when he's like at like fucking 80% HP, and you hit him for like 50% of his HP, and then you just do another one, he's dead. Like you punch him like 10 times, like bum, 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 finisher, dead. It was a piece of fucking cake, buddy. I did. I went ape mode. Which was a little disappointing because he's like the big bad, right? I'm surprised he wasn't more hyped up either. Like Adam Smasher, you see him once for like 3 seconds. You see him for like 3 seconds at the beginning of the game, and then he like randomly ambushes you. Well, not randomly, but he ambushes you out of nowhere. And it's like a quick like 2-second quick time event. Well, it looked like one, but it's like a 2-second sort of cinematic of him like ambushing you, and then you beat him to shit and he dies. Boom, done. The Hulk in Pacifica. Oh, you mean the animal woman with the big hammer? Yeah, I don't think I had too much of a problem with her either. I basically, I think like the entire time, like I died to like non-dumb shit, like maybe like less than 5 times. And then once I got my last shotgun, the one that could like dismember legs immediately and insta-kill people, nothing stopped me. I did the entire like end part of Phantom of Liberty and the entire end part of the main story without like a single death, without a single like having to slow down for a second. I was literally just popping my Sandisfin or Sandestein. I can never say, I don't know what, but I popped my time slow and I just ran through the whole room, leg shotting everyone and blew their fucking legs off. Max Tac wouldn't last a second against me because I can one-shot everything in the game. Like, unless they drop, like, 5 Adam Smashers, I'll just one-shot them all. It was my weapon brekkie. I had, does having a high DPS on your bow actually increase damage as a cutthroat? No. Masher, no. So what made it so powerful is like, first of all, I had like a 600 damage sawn-off double barrel, which is already pretty goddamn strong by itself, right? It hit for like 1.5k up close. But I had 2 mods. One of them gave my weapon like a chance to dismember, as well as if I dismembered a leg, an enemy would instantly die. But then I also had another mod which gave me a 100% chance to dismember. So all I had to do was shoot them once in the leg, it'd blow both their legs off and they'd insta-die. And the only thing I couldn't kill like that was Adam Smasher, like bosses. Any armored enemy, even the huge Arasaka sumos, or the massive like Hayabusa like armored soldiers, or the special ops people in the end of Phantom Liberty, all of them could be one-shot to the legs. And I could one-shot them from fucking miles away as well. As long as some pellets hit them in the leg, they died immediately. It just blew their legs off. And they insta-died. And then with the bosses, I just use my gorilla fists, and I beat them to death in like 5 seconds. The game was ridiculously easy. The only thing that's made difficult by the difficulty setting is when you play Johnny. And even then, it's kind of like the only time I really had a trouble with the game is in the car. You know, in the car event with Johnny, where like you're being chased and you have to shoot the enemies, and like they're literally destroying me before I even had a chance to shoot. Like in the cutscene, they shoot you. And while like Johnny is leaning out of the window, there's like a pretty long animation before he pulls his gun out. They would like damn near kill me in that animation before I even had control of the character. Which was just stupid. But still did it on like, you know, within 10 tries. Just had to get some good RNG. You see, the best net runner build is not attack one person, it goes to multiple. I've not seen any net runner builds. But my playthrough was pretty easy. I just one-shot everything. Like, it seemed pretty dank to me. Like, can you kill them with the hacks?
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, one last one to do over here. Or I would say like 4 of my streams so far. This thing, I actually pay money for that. Like I pay like $10 a month for that thing to record all of my streams, and it always misses like the most important streams. I don't know how it does it. It will record like 95% of my streams, but the 5% of the ones that it will miss are the ones that I need every time. No, I'm staying up for the Campfire chat, Fear. We're staying up for the developer live stream thingy. And we're going to be covering that on stream with the peeps. What about you? What are you doing up this late? 786. Okay, I can disenchant all of that. What time? It's in an hour.
My eyes. You need steel work. Repairs.
He's got no life. Rude. Hobie.
That guy in favor.
Anything good here? Picana, Dark Dance. I don't need those. Those suck, dude. Hey, did I already open it? Lost Rover Deepwood? Marketing's marketing, Brecky. You're gonna be selling somebody something, you're obviously gonna try and make it look good, ain't you? Fucking hell. Excuse me. Ooh. Shit. I'm just hoping I have enough energy to like watch the fucking thing. I'll fall asleep halfway through it, you know? Also gonna try and squeak out a little YouTube video at the end as well for everybody who misses it or doesn't get to watch the whole thing. Or do a little summary. Thoughts and summary. Do thoughts and summary. So I'll get the little notepad out, write down a couple of little notes there. Make sure I've got everything. But we'll have a quick talk after it's finished. Obviously, us guys will have a little chat about it. You know, obviously we'll talk a little bit about it while it's going on, but in the interest of trying to make sure that we actually hear everything, we'll save most of the heavy lifting chat until the end of the live stream. I'll be going off then and making a little YouTube video, and then probably calling it a night at like 6 a.m. Oof, painful. Can't understand those MLM sort of stuff. Hello, mate. Multi-level marketing. I don't even know what. Can't remember what that is. I mean, personally, I'd rather know more about it leading up to the launch rather than the launch just being a complete surprise. Like, I filter out most of the marketing, like, fluff. I'm just looking for those juicy nuggets of information. Like, same with everything, I think, in life. I don't think I buy anything based on, like, an advert or marketing. But, like, I will always watch. Like, you know, game release trailers and stuff like that, so I can kind of understand what it is I might be getting. They are pretty cringe, though, a lot of them. Like, when you're watching, like, a video about, like, Diablo being, like, the next, like, in multiplayer game with a million things to do, never the same. You just gotta filter that stuff out. Because at least they're sharing actual specific details. Like, that's the one thing to that's the one thing that's worth getting excited about, right? Because we are going to see the vampiric powers, at least some of them, along with probably some of the new bosses, maybe the returning bosses as well. Maybe like, there's a good chance we'll get an idea of where they sit in terms of the difficulty. We're going to get to see some of the new uniques, right? You know, there's going to be some stuff there that's actually pretty damn useful to know. Just don't believe them when they say it's going to be like the best season any game's ever seen ever, because that's not going to be true. Maybe we'll get to see the new battle pass as well. Hell yeah, dude. New battle pass, baby.
Need more time.
Yeah, you can only go up once you've hit the bottom, right? That's pretty true, Shoddy. Not gonna lie. Yeah, we haven't got a very high bar to surpass here, so should be an interesting watch. Yeah, I would have low expectations going in. It's a generally a decent thing to do. Have very realistic expectations. Like for me, I'm basing mine off of season 1. Like I'm looking at season 1 and thinking, well, you know, if that's how they wanted to kick the game off, there's probably not going to be an absolute like massive sudden shift in like how amazing season 2 is going to be. I suspect it will be better because of the kickback that they had, the blowback that they had from season 1 being shit. So they're definitely, I'd imagine, going to have taken some of that to heart and improved season 2, but I don't think it's all of a sudden going to be like the game is saved. They're going to make it sound like it is, but it ain't. You're a sourpuss, Brecky. Did somebody shit in your cornflakes today, mate? Or you just had a long shift? Spoiler alert, it was me. I took a shit in your cornflakes. Stormbane's Wrath and melee defenders. Oh, this dungeon is going to be a joy.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh man, melee defenders, I'm feeling it. A dagger, baby. Rotten corn dogs? There's a thing is a rotten corn dog. Corn dogs are forever. The eternal corn dog. Well, these guys are tanky. I don't like it. No, no, no. Fine, I'll put a new potion on. You want me to do it so much? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Fucking idiot. Oh, I didn't expect to be doing like 2 levels today, but there you go. Take it, I'll take it. Well, it's more like 1 and a bit because I was like 20% away from level 73, so it was kind of easy, but nice little dent in what's left to do. Not mad about that. What did I have for dinner, dude? What did I have for dinner? Ah, I had kalbi. I went to a little restaurant nearby with the missus and we had pork ribs. We had some spicy ones, we had some not so spicy ones. They were fucking divine, mate. Some of the best ribs I think I've ever had. The place we went to had this just magic sauce. I don't know what it was. Oh, it's chili. Some black pepper, but they had some voodoo magic going on in there because that shit was good. They were fucking tasty. Couple of different types of kimchi, as you do. Very, very, very good. Actually would like to go back there again soon. Fucking loved it, man. I should have taken a picture, man. I've got to do a better job of taking a picture for you guys. Share it in the Discord, show you what's up. Because Korean food is like on another level. Yeah, Brecky's doom and glooming on behalf of everybody else. We'll be alright though. Duck kalbi? No, not duck, not duck. Not chicken, pork ribs. Kalbi. Right, is it times like this I wish I just had a beer in the house? I don't know what it is about alcohol, but like if I drink alcohol late at night, I can stay up for like 2 days in a row. It's like my body is like got a fucking built-in after party engine. Body runs on alcohol. It actually does, man. I don't know what it is, but like once I start like getting a couple of beers in me, I can usually stay up for ages. Don't know why. It's like it turns off that part of my brain that gets tired. Oh man, killing the boss with melee defender is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, what's up, Magnum Met? Gives you energy as well. Unlimited power. Glug, 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 glug. It's in about 40 minutes, Masher. Fucking hell, that hurt. It's like we're doing some crafting now, boys. Yeah, it's going to be roughly 2 hours long as well. Roughly. God damn. All right, so 8:07. Oh bugger. Is it kind of good? I low rolled the basic attack, but the core skill is low. It was all pretty low rolled. Ugh, rubbish. It's fart poopy. I don't want fart poopy. Only big dingus things here. Whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. No, everything there is poop. I love wasting money too, Brecky. I'm still pissed off I bought the Wayfinder pack, the big one. Fucking game still doesn't work for me. I've got a $150 like early access pass to a game I can't play. And when I try to refund it, they just say no refunds. Sorry, you've played the game for 60 hours, even though it was time that I played the game during the beta before I bought it. But apparently that still counts. So I have a $150 loading screen. Very good. Highly recommend. Fucking pissed, mate. That's ruined my month. That's not just ruined. That didn't just ruin my day. That ruined my month. I will never forget that. I will take that to the fucking grave. On my deathbed, my final breath will be... my final word to be, fucking refund Wayfinder cunts. I'm mad about that. I'm fucking giga mad. Unless you're Spider-Man, you don't know until you try, buddy. You don't know until you try. Make 18 of these suckers. Boom! Hopefully they're usable. Sarret, Slayer, melee defenders, and death pulse. Sounds like a fucking pain in the ass. I don't want to do it. Yeah, Jesus Christ, we got any fucking anything that's doable here, boys? I don't know, Brecky. It depends in your beliefs on the afterlife, mate. You never know. Being dead might just be more problems. Could be worse, mate. Being reincarnated as a slug. Spooderman. My favorite like goofy memes like that, Shorty, was Sanic. Sanic was a fucking god tier meme. Especially with his theme song. I would play it, but it's just ear rape. You guys don't want to hear it. It's a little chilly, ain't gonna lie. Maybe I'll just turn it off for a little while. You sound like an old man, Brecky. What's going on? No regrets. We gotta get to level 94 before the stream, that's the deal. I fucking love that. Shorty, you must know the one, right? The picture is someone who literally has like no regrets tattooed on their body. That's a banger. No regrets. Hell yeah, brother. Fucking hell, it's popping off in here, isn't it? Yoink, yoink, yoink. Take that. Ooh. Oh, it's from a movie? I could have sworn I've seen a picture of somebody with the actual tattoo as well. Maybe I'm getting my wires crossed. I sworn I did though. I wish I had inner peace. My mind's kind of like that monkey with the two symbols. You know what I mean? Just constant mayhem. It's one of those. And just atomic bombs going off. What's up, Tyler Knife, mate? Are we excited for the Campfire, bud? Oh, and how is the hardcore character going, by the way, mate? No can do. Oh, actually, no, I got a better analogy of what, like, the state of my mind is. It's like the crazy cat lady from The Simpsons just running around in there throwing cats at the walls. I feel that feels more of a fitting metaphor. And the cats are just random embarrassing things that I did in the past. They're just getting launched everywhere. Ooh! Oh shit! Get these bad boys down. Rogue died at level 74. Oh fuck. Found out that there's a screen reader bug when my health is not announcing, so playing figuratively and literally blind. Working on a barb now at level 63, doing renown though in prep for next season. Oh, have you not done renown beforehand? Fuck, dude. Yeah, get that shit done. You don't want to be doing that. Again. Rip on the rogue. 74, good effort though, mate. That is a bloody good effort. I mean, each time you're getting closer. You're getting closer and closer, so matter of time, innit? Yeah, my brain isn't that simple. Like, I was thinking that'd be a good analogy for me, but it's a little bit more chaotic than that because it's like all over the fucking place. Like, I don't think I'd ever be able to, like, meditate. I'd be like, I'd have like 1 second of like clear thoughts and I'd immediately start thinking about something weird. And then I would start planning how to take over the world. And then I'd start planning my zombie apocalypse, plan of action, you know, like where I would go, where I'd get food, Then I'd probably move into like what I need to get for shopping. Oh, dude, I just got procced. Fucking stupid little fucking lunatic twats. What's this? I'm surprised they blew up so quickly. I dashed into them and like they just blew me away. I'm never in deep thought, mate. It doesn't happen. You've watched the streams, haven't you? Right, oh shit, yeah, I need to leave and come back. She knows. No, she knows, mate. I told her. I've enlightened her to the plan. She knows what to do. All right, she's been briefed. We have a plan, and we have contingencies based on certain variable factors. Like, for example, you know, if she's at work and I'm at home, then you know we have a separate plan for that. Or if she's like at her parents or whatever, we've got some meeting points, stuff like that. You know, how we would contact if the internet went down or satellites went down, sorted, mate. No problem. She's fully on board. I'm ready. I'm telling you, I'm super ready for the zombie apocalypse. Bring it on. I was born for it. I've hit the jackpot. Yeah, no, I've done all right. See you at the end, mate. Yeah, buddy. We'll be alright, won't we? That should be the chat's new direction. Every day we should just come together, all of us, wrap our heads around like the best course of action in the event of a zombie apocalypse. And that would just be every chat. Like every day the stream will just be zombie apocalypse planning. I tell you what, they laugh at us now. If there's ever a zombie outbreak, then who's laughing? An early dark stream, huh? Tan, what do you mean? What do you mean? Early? We're staying up for the campfire chat. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Fuck you, debris. Absolutely smashed the debris. Didn't even know what hit it. Woo. Loot. I love loot. Bitch tits. This is gonna hurt. There you go. Wait, that hit me? Nah, 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 nah. Yeah, but, oh, dude, I've got to watch that, man. I'm sure I'd fucking love that show. Me and the missus, we were planning on like moving out to the country and basically making a little fucking fortress as well. Like we'd get like a little self-sustained farm in the back, and we would basically build the place up like a fortress. Planning that all out as well. I'm telling you, mate, I got this shit on lock. You know, as long as the zombie apocalypse doesn't happen within the next decade, I'll be fine. Like, you know, give me enough time to save up, get myself that little house out in the country, get my little farm, get my walls up. Problem solved, mate. Problem solved. Amethyst or emeralds for the rend build? You can still use emeralds. The bleed build does a lot of direct damage still. But I mean, it depends really. Like, I believe in my build planner, I may have amethysts. You'll have to double check my build planner, because honestly, I haven't played Rend in like 2 months. So my memory's a little bit hazy. Pretty sure I went for amethyst. Fucking A, man. Your silver head with a full beard, headshot and zombies, tending to the farm. I'd have my gorilla arms equipped. I'd be punching them. Boxing gloves, except instead of like being made out of leather, they'll be like half made out of leather, but they have like steel plating on them, so I can like just punch the heads off. Have knuckle dusters inside of the gloves. Well, that'd be a good idea. I think a zombie would have a pretty hard time biting through a leather glove too. Level 94, baby. Put it down on paper. I need to like, yeah, I need to start writing down weapon schematics for the zombie apocalypse. I don't have enough energy. Fucking this stupid flying shit. You know it, buddy. They are. I'm gonna funnel them in, mate. I'll make a little boxing ring with a little automatic gating. It's like, you know, lets them in. Bing, bing, bing. Bah, 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 bah. Fucking zombie guts all over the place. Brains all over the wall. Good sparring partners. Like the gloves. Watch Som 100. I am watching Som 100. I'm on like episode 6. Spy with Mike Tyson, mate. He's probably ripped my fucking head off. Yeah, he would fucking destroy me. That would be a death sentence. Because I'm not even that good. I'm just I'm just a hobbyist. And a pretty new one at that. I would rather he bit me than punched me, to be honest with you. Oh, yeah, I wonder if they've started the preview stream yet. Ah, bro, I hope it's not like fucking gonna be like starting in, you know, X amount of hours or whatnot. You know, like it starts and it's like starts in 30 minutes. That's gonna be brutal. That is what it is. We'll see. That would kind of suck if they're like, if they start the stream with a starting in 30 minutes window. Was it the wrong time zone, Hellberg? Oh god, I hurt. Oh, hey, Sakia. Yeah, it's gonna be brutal for me to sit here and wait 30 minutes. Oh, really? Tie the knife? Yeah, I've been doing that for a little while now. Your boys partnered up. Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't stream earlier, Sakia, or for very long today, because like staying up this late is not super duper easy for me. I'm not good at this shit anymore. I'm an old man. So I thought I need to keep it short and sweet so that I don't burn out before the fucking thing even starts. Which is still kind of happening. I was arguing that you have some of the best content out there for hardcore, and the person linked me to one of your build guides. So what they were saying that like I wasn't good, and then they linked you my guide. That's hilarious. And no, don't listen to that Dalkora guy. You need to follow you need to listen to this dude. That's it. Ah, they were listening to top 3 and linked me to your build they use, which is your guide. Hell yeah, buddy. Oh, you see, that's because I'm the boy. Was it a barbarian build, yeah? I suspect so. I don't think anybody's listing me in their top 3 for anything else. I do the other builds. I do make builds for everything else, but they're mostly leveling builds more so than anything else. Like 1 to 100 and like speed farming. Slay all the enemies. Easy. Like I have build guides for the druid, necromancer, and the barbarian. I will have my leveling build guide for the rogue coming up soon, and then I'll have the sorg behind it. more for me, more so than anything else, just practice in guide writing, but also just, you know, tried and tested build guides in hardcore. Everything that I write on the website is exactly what I used. That's why I kind of stay away from endgame builds, because, or at least for the auxiliary classes, because I probably don't have the time to really go into them in enough detail to make sure that they're as good as my barbarian builds. Maybe one other class I could, but not all 5 of them. Like, it takes a lot of time and effort to understand a class fully. Like every little caveat, every little like niche interaction between certain things. Even I'm still learning things for the barbarian, you know? Like someone would be like, oh, did you know that this ability actually doesn't interact with this aspect the way that you think it does? Like that happens still more regularly than I'd like. So I try to keep my guides, like a leveling guide doesn't have to be min-maxed perfectly. It has to be powerful, has to be easy. And there's only a certain amount of depth you can really get into anyways. Right, 12 minutes. Did not mean to pick up that blue. Oh yeah, people are finding out like crazy stuff like all the time now. I'm trying to keep an eye on the stream to see if they go live. Starting soon. Okay, they've got the starting soon screen up. Let's move on over. $13 minutes. Everybody's come back for this one. I love this. Everybody's here. Everybody's back, baby. D4, look, D4 alive again, boys. D4 fixed? Yes, dude. Can't believe it, dude. Risen from the dead. 47k fuse. D4 fixed. Oh, shit. Wait. Even Asmongold streaming D4. Wow, dude. Oh, and Quinn, bro. D4 fixed. Oh, 58k, boys. D4 fixed. Oh, man. I can't wait for all the D4 fixed tweets. Hang on a minute. Let me pull this out as a separate tab here for myself. This game is so boring. I'm gonna comment and say, your mum's boring. Get fucked. Alright, 10 minutes, my dudes. Streamception, let's fucking go. You guys tell me how the volume is, okay? Oh no, we want to read the chat, right? We want the chat. I mean, come on. Let's read it. D4 pad. Nice, dude. Here for the popcorn. Wow, look at these. Please tell us how the game's gonna have content in season 14. Dude, some salty sailors out here. Can we get a Captain Soap McTavish skin in D4? True. I like how there's a guy with a Korean name here called Unjang Dong. It just says, I love kissing men. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? I love it, dude. Again, let me know how the volume is, okay, lads? If it's too loud, too quiet, whatever, make sure to let me know. I want you guys to be able to hear it. Follower only chat? Am I even following? How do I tell? Ah, it doesn't matter. It's super okay. That's my favorite kind. Give me solo self-found hardcore mode with less drop rate. Less? Somebody wants less? The ones that pop in Violet are toxics. I mean, the first time chatters, dude. Those are first time chatters, that's all. But yeah, usually it seems to be. Oh shit, Uzilia. Thank you for the 500 biddy ditties. For a beer? If I wish I could go get one right now, I would. I think this is beer worthy, is it not? Though to be fair, I don't want to be blasted by the end of it. But thank you for the 500. Do appreciate it. I want to see. I'm keeping my eye out. Do you guys have phones? The end. Man, some of these are just the dumbest things ever, but is what it is. The reason, like, a lot of people are pointing out that it only has 6K viewers, but, like, I mean, to be fair, it's got, like, 60K. But wait, why are people atting you and saying wave? Wait, where's your comment? Came here for the hot lifts in my area, and loads of people are waving at you all of a sudden. Okay, Marvel, I'll have it for you, mate. Don't you worry. Yeah, where's the hot demon mummies? Demon boober or delete stream, please. Oh shit, here we go, lads. Buckle your seatbelts. We're probably going to be watching the intro to the game. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this.
Season 2 will be our biggest update to Diablo 4 since launch.
Big
With a new
surprise.
quest line, events to play as you drive back the vampiric horde, unholy vampiric
they're
powers
all
to wield,
old
and new
mobs.
endgame encounters to test your skill.
And players will need to harness the enemy's own blood magic against them to end this new evil before it's too late. In Diablo 4, the Season of Blood.
Whoa,
In Season
okay.
2, the people of Sanctuary have a new danger to face. Invasion by an army of vampires. This shadowy vampire cult has laid claim to large areas of the world.
Fuck's
And
sake,
have begun
it's
abducting
all the mobs we
innocent
already
citizens to use in their
have.
dark rituals.
Everyone's lives are at risk, including your own.
In Season 2, players are going to uncover a plot led by a new ancient vampire named Lord Zier, who's awoken recently.
Not
Lord
Dracula?
Zier is a remnant of a lost age. Before there were humans in Sanctuary, it was inhabited by the firstborn children of Inarius and Lilith, who are known as the Ancients.
But because of Inarius' actions, the Ancients had their powers drawn away from them. But some among them were not strictly subject to a true death.
Zier and his cohort were banished to sleep for an eternity in the city of the Ancients, but due to the
Okay,
events
a new
of Diablo
city?
4, the city began to awake, with dire consequences for the humans living on the surface above.
During the events of Season 2, the player is going to contract a vampiric curse. But they're not under Lord
got a
Zier's
cuddle.
control,
Got a
which
little
gives
cuddle
them a
from the
unique
bat.
opportunity to strike back against the cult and stop Lord Zier's plans.
We'll encounter a variety of new characters this season, including a band of vampire hunters. one
Oh
with a
my
particularly
days. They
shadowy
look,
past.
they look like a bunch of fucking peasants
Seek out Zier's army. Kill as many
wearing
as you
potato
can.
sacks.
Eris is a professional vampire hunter. She's crossed and recrossed the wilds of Sanctuary, putting an end to the undead since long before the events of Diablo 4.
I need to go after the magistrate, and you're going to have to come along.
Eris is played by actor Gemma Chan. It's exciting to see more film and television actors lending their talents to the video game world. Gemma brings a wealth of experience to the table from a wide variety of roles. She was a great choice to breathe life into this character of a world-weary but determined vampire hunter with a lot of emotional complexity.
That's a bite mark.
You're changing, aren't you? No, from the depth of that wound, you should have already.
She is strong. She's compassionate towards others, but she's also witnessed a lot of horror in her life. So she's pretty emotionally guarded and stubborn and fixed in her worldview.
To be fair, this
Oh,
doesn't
you're
really
going to
matter
change.
because the story's going
I'm
to be
sorry,
like
but whatever's
fucking
preventing your
skipped.
cravings won't last forever. They never does.
She realizes that the player character has these vampire traits, which makes him a useful tool, but potentially disposable one.
This is madness. Perhaps that's what it takes.
One of the core seasonal mechanics for this
Here we
season
go.
are vampiric powers. Vampiric powers can be acquired by defeating Bloodseekers and minions of Lord Zier in order to acquire potent blood, which allows you to unlock or upgrade vampiric
Spirit
powers.
When you
offering
collect all of
system
these
from the
various powers,
druid.
They have costs, which are going to be detailed as part of the pack system. So armor pieces that you collect during the course of the season are going to have these packs associated with them.
There are 3 types of packs, and you can use the boons they provide in order to fuel the blood seals for various vampiric powers. You can combine the power of different blood seals in the Sanguine Circle, so long as you have the appropriate combination of packs in order to power them.
Okay.
One thing we've really tried hard to do is to provide powers that enhance every build so that there's no one right way to play when pursuing that vampire fantasy.
There's one in particular that I like where as the player dashes, they turn to a cloud of bats, and they'll curse creatures they pass through along the way. As you kill those creatures, you're going to actually steal their souls. When you use certain
Ooh,
abilities
their
on
souls.
your character, all of those souls are unleashed, dealing devastating damage to nearby creatures.
There's also an ability
barber.
called Rising Moon, where you can stack basic skills, and after you reach a maximum number of stacks, you go into a vampiric blood rage. If you can't get enough of bats, there's even a vampire power that allows you to summon a bat companion. They'll take a bite out of your enemies and have a chance to stun them.
That sounds
Lord
awful.
Zier's army is pushing across Sanctuary in an event called the Blood Harvest, which will always be active somewhere on the map, but will change locations in a cyclical way.
Okay.
Blood harvests are large-scale open-world events where vampires have overwhelmed an area in the
Helltides.
hopes of enslaving the populace, harvesting their blood, and siring more vampires.
Players will venture into these areas to rescue prisoners, stop sinister rituals, and hunt for high-value enemies. Of course, they'll be rewarded for their efforts with a variety of new items, as well as the potent blood that fuels their vampiric powers.
So we'll have to do those.
In Season 2, the Season of Blood, we're going
least
to
for a
be
little
adding
bit.
5 new returning endgame bosses for players to engage with once they get into World Tiers 3 and 4.
5
Players are able to
new-
earn the materials to summon these bosses by completing Whispers and by completing Helltide events.
We have some new enemies
Okay.
with powerful elemental attacks, giving players more reason to seek out and equip gear that enhances their resistance.
I was saying this.
What sets these new in-game bosses apart
In my
is
last
that they
video.
offer a new way to farm uniques. So if there's a build-defining unique you're after, you'll be able to target farm specific bosses.
And our most
that
challenging
a
boss
boss?
that we're going to be adding as part of Season 2 is also going to have an opportunity to drop extremely rare unique items that players have been hunting for.
Okay, so
That is
Halo
in
Life.
17 minutes, everyone. But I did want to give that heads up to everyone that if you hear a weird noise, or if you hear a weird noise at home, that's what it is. It's a test. If you live in the U.S. If you live in the U.S., that is.
Okay.
But we do have a lot to talk about here. We do want to talk about Season 2, of course, with Season of Blood. and go through all the gameplay mechanics, a little bit about the story, some of the new elements that are coming within this season, since we're now coming really close to Season of Blood, which is coming out on October 17th.
I don't think so,
and of course, Season of the Malignant will also be ending on October 17th, so it'll be a season transition for players between both seasons. And then we have a bunch of gameplay updates and quality of life updates to actually go through a ton. Like this, we expect this actual developer update live stream to go for about 2 hours. Because we do need to go through a ton of items with everyone. And then we have some news and announcements to make regarding Diablo 4 towards the end. And of course, we have our Q&A, which we'll be taking questions from Twitch chat. And then I know we actually have some questions from the forums.
Actually, hang on.
We had started a forum thread earlier this week, or late last week, regarding the developer update live stream. So I do know that we do want to kick it off with a little bit about Season 2.
Yeah.
So, want to jump straight into it?
Let's dive in. So, I know that we just watched the video together where we talked about the Season of Blood, but in Season 2, the players are going to be confronting a new villain who's begun to surface throughout Sanctuary. A character named Lord Zir, this ancient vampire who's awoken recently.
This is the one with the turkey neck.
Gather all of these vampire cultists and other followers to his banner in effort to kind of overtake Sanctuary and achieve his own aims across the world. Now, while the player is progressing through the season, they're going to meet a new character named Eris, who I think we have. So you're going to meet Eris during the course of the season. Eris is a vampire hunter who's been trying to thwart Lord Zir for the past the past few weeks and months. Trying to hunt them down and try to eliminate them entirely. She's not having great luck sort of investigating the cults.
She's got shit gear, I can tell.
The player is going to kind of enter the picture, but as part of the story, as the player is progressing through the season, mild spoiler here, but the player is going to contract vampirism. But due to the strange nature of the interaction with the Lilith's blood in the player character, they're going to be able to resist some of the effects of Lord Zir's influence, and instead gain all of those same powers without those detriments that are holding back other creatures.
Okay.
It's going to be really, really cool. But Eris is going to be fairly nervous about this, as she's only ever seen anyone who ends up actually contracting vampirism this way end up following and serving Lord Zir in the end, regardless of their intentions overall, which we dig more into a little bit later on with enemies and such.
Okay.
But this represents this interesting new character that you'll be able to work with as you're kind of following the quest line of the season. So as you're going through these things, you'll be kind of going across all of the world. And I know, Antonio, we talked about how, or rather we had talked before about how there are a number of dungeons we added with the season, and you kind of go into some of those part of the quest line.
Yeah, so we have new dungeons that are part of the quest line. You can explore crypts. There's a really cool dungeon at the end when you are going to confront Zir for the final battle. And in addition to that, throughout the story, you will be revisiting some old places that are a bit different now that Zir's minions have come and taken over.
Yeah. So I've seen, I think we're seeing some of the dungeon stuff here.
Yep.
So the new dungeons in the quest line are pretty cool, particularly that finale that you called out, like when you're going to sort of get a chance to, once you've tracked down Lord Zir with Eris and you get a chance to really confront him in his lair, those are some pretty epic moments that we don't want to actually show on stream just now.
Spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers for all that stuff just yet, but definitely a lot of things to look forward to. So the player's going to meet other characters as well as they're progressing through the season. There are other allies they kind of are going to meet. They're going to learn more about
the same enemies that we've already got,
overall,
dude.
what his real intentions are for Sanctuary as all of this is going on. So that's kind of like the high level of what's happening in the world. Basically, Lord Zir and his army of vampiric cultists are trying to take everything over, and that manifests in a bunch of different ways throughout the season. But I think the first thing I really want to talk about, or the next thing I want to talk about, are the mechanics, like what you're going to be doing during the season.
Yes.
To kind of gain power and such.
Please
so we
do.
talk about the fantasy of the season is that the player is basically becoming part vampire during the course of of the Season of Blood. And part of that comes down to making sure that we have cool vampiric powers for players to collect and use. So what we see here is our vampiric power user interface. It's the way players are going to be able to collect a lot of powers as they're progressing through the season, and then slot them into the circular UI above. So
it's the butcher.
Throughout
Butcher's
the season,
cleaver.
players are going to be able to acquire up to 22
You are
vampire
guaranteed to
powers
overpower enemies
and
that
these are designed such that they are,
feared.
unlike in Season 1 where with Wellington Hearts, we had a lot of very class-specific hearts baked in. We tried to make sure that the vampiric powers that players collect in Season 2 are all class agnostic in nature, so that there's just more combinations and things for players to select from and play with as they're thinking about their build.
When you overpower an enemy,
and yeah, so we have a few of these showing up right here. They come with a few different varieties in terms of the level of power of them, and each of them have a pact cost. Well, I will talk about a little bit more in just a moment. But you see these pact costs listed at the bottom. Players need to acquire a certain armor pieces that have these packs associated with them in order to fuel these. Again, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a minute. Why don't we actually see if we take a look at maybe a couple of these powers themselves real fast.
Some of them are looking pretty good,
so
actually.
Players can have a vampiric power they get as they're progressing through the season, where their evade allows them to turn to like a cloud of bats, and it also makes them unstoppable for a few seconds after they use it at the same time. And it's a way for the player to deliver a new effect that you can get throughout the season, which is called Vampiric Curse. So when you see that red effect above a lot of the creatures that the player is fighting, they're under the effects of Vampiric Curse. And if you kill them while that effect is active on those creatures, you get to steal their souls and bind them to you for a short period of time, up to 8 of them at a time. And then, when you choose to use a defensive ability on your character, you unleash all of these souls. As you can see here, these missiles, like these spirit missiles that fly out and hit lots of different creatures as you're playing through. So it kind of gives you this opportunity as you're going through packs and dungeons or elsewhere to kind of stack these up and use them to quickly burn down groups or elites that you might have to come across as you're playing. There's other cool things you'll get, like there's abilities for based on other companion skill uses and other things where you can have
looks kind of cool.
Bats will come down and attack your enemies, and then many other powers. We talked about, like, there was an overpower power we showed before. There's another one here that is more focused on channeling skills. Which, here it is. So when you start using channeling skills, you'll be able to drop this pool of blood around you, which gives you some extra protection. It also enhances all the damage that you deal while you're nearby. So this is going to be able to fire when you're using like any kind of channeling skill and enhance those channeling skills.
No good for Whirlwind.
It gives you a bit more positional gameplay to be thinking about when you're playing into this build. So pretty fun ways for you to kind of maximize and get extra damage rather from a channeling build for a class.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's cool about the that I like about the Vampiric Curse is that there are a few different ways, a few different things that can trigger it, and a few different ways to key off it. And so a lot of these vampiric powers have interactions with that curse. It kind of forms a unifying thread in some ways.
Yeah, absolutely. We think it's a really cool extra ability for players to play with, and being able to trigger it in different ways is very fun, we think. So the next thing I want to talk about was actually how you're able to fuel your vampiric powers, those packs I talked about before. So if you look here in the inventory screen, you'll see that that all of the armor pieces that players are collecting are going to have a set number of packs associated with them. So you see here on the items themselves, like they all have these small symbols off on the left-hand side, or underneath them, or rather. And these represent the various packs that players can collect of the 3 different types to fuel all the vampiric powers they can collect. Because ultimately, you want to gather all your vampiric powers, you want to level them all up to level 3 to make them as strong as you can get them, and then you want to make sure that you can fuel all of those vampiric powers so you can have all 5 slotted that you really care about. And to do that, you need to make sure that you've got the right kinds of armor pieces available. The packs are only going to appear in armor. They don't appear on jewelry or on weapons, just on armor pieces. But and I should say every armor piece that drops during the course of the season will always have packs associated with them as well. So you're not looking for items that are going to have. It's not rare in that way. And as the player progresses through the season, they're going to also gain these new items. They're able to collect from completing various content types. We'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. But these allow players to basically remove packs from items. They allow them to eject new packs into items up to the pack limit, which is based upon the tier of content the player is playing in. So normal items have 3, and then sacred have 4, and then on to 5 as you go into ancestral. So as you're progressing through, you can get more of these packs, and you have a lot more control over your ultimate pack loadout
which is good
on your items as you collect more and more of these consumables that you can use to kind of modify and update your items.
Right. Well, I'm glad they don't take up all that space in the consumable tab.
Completing other I mentioned Blood Harvest in the video. We'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. But killing Blood Seekers is a way to get these in a really good way. So there's lots of ways to kind of grab these. So that is that's kind of like the very high level. We'll talk more about the about like other things you'll be doing to gain those vampire powers. We get to some of the other sections of when we're talking about season 2. But there's also a lot of new enemies and things we're adding as part of season 2 as well.
Are they though?
So as part of season 2, we actually added a bunch of new monsters. Lord Zier has a ton of different minions that will be all throughout the continent. First, we have here our shadow vampires. These guys are not your typical flavor of vampires. They have a bunch of really cool new attacks.
Revenants.
You'll see them all over the overworld. You'll see them in a variety of dungeons. Paired with these guys, we also have our blood skeletons. These guys are kind of similar to our regular skeletons, but they also come with new attacks that allow you to have new counterplay and techniques in order to defeat them and get around them.
Blood magus.
Be prepared for that.
Yeah, they have like a little more area denial baked into their kits, right? As you're fighting some of the blood skeletons.
Yeah, you definitely want to watch where you step, like when you're engaging with these guys.
Yeah, and the vampires have like these cool things where they occasionally drop these like giant like heart-like lumps on the ground, and sometimes they'll be able to trigger shields off of these things. So you kind of like change your target priority as you're going through spaces where you have to fight
they got a reskin, but they're obviously the same mobs, aren't they?
Those shields are being applied. So yeah, there's some cool things to react to as part of this. But of course, that's not even the only creature, right? Because there's the man himself, right?
Yeah. So we also have Lord Zier. Here he
turkey
is
neck.
on his throne.
Brooding.
Yes. He is the mastermind. You will be facing off of with him throughout the season and during the end of the season. He is our big bad evil guy, and
yeah, it would be nice if the models were like
his lieutenants,
slightly more interesting.
Oh yeah, the Bloodseekers.
Variety is
so Bloodseekers are really cool. So Bloodseekers are a new idea in season 2, and the concept here is that as the player has been is sort of protected a little bit by Lilith's blood in this way, that they're not able to be controlled by Lord Zier after they contract vampirism under his in his forces. There are other heroes who've gone out there that don't have that same level of protection. Who've gone out there trying to stop Lord Zier, trying to stop the vampiric advances. And they have fallen victim to the.
This is cool, right?
The
so like it's like AI controlled players
that way. And for those characters, now you've got vampiric sorceresses, you've got vampiric barbarians, you've got these bloodseekers out there looking to kill you, the player.
Yeah, see, now
so
this is actually
you'll be dealing
decent.
with enemy rogues, you'll be dealing with enemy druids and necromancers as you're playing, and dealing with their specific like spells and kits that we've created for the season for players to interact with. And honestly, finding Bloodseekers is great because these guys are just blood bags. You know, they drop. They have a really, really good chance to drop potent blood, and potent blood is going to be the currency that you're going to be collecting through the season. They'll be able to use to basically upgrade powers that you already have, your vampiric powers, and unlock new ones that are available through the vampiric power UI. So really, whenever you find Bloodseekers, you want to take them out because they are, first, they're pretty fun to fight. They're a little challenging.
This is kind of cool.
But they also have the ability to give you big upgrades for your vampiric powers.
I like
and they
that,
can jump
actually.
you too,
That's
right?
decent,
so, like,
dude.
We make sure,
I like
Bloodseekers are, you'll find them in the world, particularly in Blood Harvest. We'll talk about that again. I keep saying we'll talk about things in a minute, but you know, there are lots of chances to get them, to fight them in Blood Harvest. But you can also find them in dungeons and stuff too, right?
Yeah, so you can see them in the overworld, but they will also invade you in dungeons, so don't let them catch you slipping. They will be all over.
I bet they're just going to get ruffle stomped though, let's be honest.
So you just, as you're passing through a dungeon, you will have a barbarian jump on you, whirlwind, you know, they'll be all trying to slow you down, right, and causing problems. Yeah, very, very fun. So yeah, a lot of new enemy types as part of the new season. So then I guess next thing is, it finally is time to talk about Blood Harvest.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I mentioned before that Lord Zier is taking over Sanctuary, and Blood Harvest is really the way that we're representing that. You know, starting right at level 1, you'll find that Lord Zier's minions have taken over broad swaths of the 5 zones in Sanctuary. And it's going to be filled with like his minions out there trying to like drain the blood from a variety of different people. There's that
emergency alert.
That emergency alert we talked about.
Oh God.
There we go. Now everyone gets to experience this together. And my phone as well.
So while these events are active, or rather these activities are active, you'll find Lord Zier's armies like marching across Sanctuary, taking people hostage, taking them prisoner, draining them of blood, and just causing general havoc in these areas where there's like new propping and there's new creatures. There's lots of things to do as you're kind of going through this.
So what's the difference between Blood Harvest and Helltide?
Sure. There's that's a great question, Antonio. So obviously there's some similarities to the way that things are working in Helltide. The difference here is that first of all, it's available right away at level 1, as you're progressing. But also, while these events are active, there's always a blood harvest active across Sanctuary.
So you can just farm it nonstop.
When a blood harvest ends in one location somewhere in Sanctuary, a new one's going to pop up as Lord Zir's forces now move to a new location. And
what's this
one
build?
Of the cool things
Frenzy,
about,
Whirlwind?
Blood Harvest, it's a little bit different than things like Helltide, is that as you're kind of going through and playing, you're going to be earning a couple of new materials that you don't get elsewhere. And that is, you're going to be able to earn Bloodlures, which Bloodlures that you'll be able to use to basically like bait Bloodseekers to come to you to be able to fight packs of them as time goes on. And you're also going to be earning these vampiric keys you can use to open like prisoners like cuffs, to be able to open vampiric caches and other things out in the overworld. And one of the cool things about this is that these materials that you're collecting, these currencies that you need to kind of like do some of these activities, these don't disappear at the end of a blood harvest.
They should have used a better build, mate. They should have followed one of my build guides.
From that point forward. So there's not limited progress in that way. Yeah, here's an example of
also, whatever that thing he did at the end that blew that enemy up in like a big geyser of blood, I want one of those.
Yeah, and then whirlwinding accordingly. But so that's a couple differences. And the other is there's actually another new feature they're adding in Season 2, which we're calling right here, it's called Hunter's Acclaim. And as you do things in the Blood Harvest area, as you're killing Bloodseekers, as you are freeing prisoners, as you're completing new Blood Harvest-themed Whispers that are also going to be active in those areas, you're going to be earning Hunter's Acclaim that will allow you to basically go and earn a number of other rewards. Some of the vampiric powers that you want to unlock for your character are available through this system. A few of them, and then there's lots of like potent blood you can get from the system, and then also gear as well as you're progressing through. So there's a bunch of different stuff in here for players to do. It's we're really excited to see how they level up in this experience.
And the blood harvest occurs in addition to Helltide, right? Once you progress up into the higher world tiers, you'll still be seeing Helltides.
That's absolutely right. You'll still see Helltides as well, but you'll also see higher level blood harvest as you get into like world tiers 3 and 4.
Awesome. So we got a lot of information here about Season 2, but Season 2 also has some other components to it that actually are beyond even just like seasonal stuff. Like, and I know people may have seen in the video the discussion that we quickly brought up like before the stream actually started, which was about the new bosses that are being added in. Can you guys kind of walk through like what the new endgame boss system is going to be for players that do want to kind of experience that?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right that first and foremost, this is content we're adding to the Eternal Realm as well as the Seasonal Realm from this point forward. Yes. We're continuing to add more activities like this as time goes on. But there's actually, I think I have a handy dandy chart, a very designery chart to help players understand kind of what we're talking about here. So what you see here is the way that we kind of look at the content progression of Diablo 4, the way the players are playing through the experience, the sorts of activities they engage with as they play at various stages.
Like in Season 1, right?
Yeah, in pre-season and Season 1. Yeah. So yeah, you can think of it in that way. Our 1 to 50 experience, obviously you're leveling up initially, maybe you're going through the campaign for the first time, you're progressing through, eventually you get out of World Tiers 1, 2, and get into World Tier 3 after you finish the capstone. Here you get to do, you have higher level Whispers to do, you get exposed to Nightmare Dungeons for the first time, you get exposed to Helltide for the first time, World Boss get a little bit tougher, Legion events get a little bit tougher, and we're making some changes there as well. And then eventually you get into World Tier 4, now you're getting your ancestral items, and you continue to move on through Nightmare Dungeons, and you continue on to Helltide until eventually you go and you confront Echo of Lilith, potentially, if that's one of your goals for yourself, and you try to take her out. So that's kind of like what we had in place right at launch, not even thinking about Season 1 necessarily, but that's like what the end game sort of looks like. So a lot of Nightmare Dungeons, a lot of Helltide,
should be like...
And we've heard a lot of feedback from players, and also from our experiences playing the game. That players are looking for more milestones, they're looking for more goals, they're looking for more like things to farm, ways to make their
milestones, right?
So there's some big changes we're making as part of the Season of Blood, and we can show that here.
Who's this?
So now when the player gets into World Tier 3, there's 2 new bosses for them, or 1 returning boss for them to go and engage with. The first is Echo of Varshan, our good boy Varshan that everybody loves, is going to be back in Season 2 for players to be able to hunt down in order to kill, to get various craft materials they can use to summon other bosses later, but also specifically to get uniques that only drop from Varshan.
I don't know.
Every one of the bosses that we add as part of the Season of Blood is going to have their own distinct loot list associated with them, with unique items, and there are some cosmetic rewards as well that we'll be able to talk about in a little bit. So that's a reason why you're going to want to go hunt each of these down. Now on this board here, you can see that I kind of like connect the dots.
The Galvanic Saint. I don't know who that is or who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Find like malignant creatures as you're completing whispers in the overworld. They have a rare chance to occur, and you'll also be able to get these new malignant body parts you need from completing whisper bounty turn-ins. So when you go and you get your cash reward at the end of a whisper run, there's a chance for you to have one of the pieces that you need to summon Varshan, reconstitute him. Because in the Season of Blood, there are new layers that have been added around the world. And the lair for Varshan is in a kind of a corrupted hollow, malignant hollow beneath the Tree of Whispers. So right there's an entrance down in where you're able to fight some malignant creatures.
I thought his name was spelled different.
Hearts dropping, but malignant creatures certainly down there. And at the end of that small dungeon, you're able to go and basically throw these materials into this new
is great.
That we've added to be able to summon Varshan back from the dead to fight him for the special loot that he has. Now, one of the new creatures that we're adding is this the Galvanic Saint, which we'll show off some of the new art for some of these characters in just a moment. But this is a new like very lightning themed boss that players will be able to go and engage with as they complete Helltide content. They will learn Infernal Steel from opening various caches and use this as a way, as part of a new layer, to go and summon the Galvanic Saint and deal with his lightning themed attacks. And that's actually something that might be worth pointing out. While we're not talking about the elemental resistance changes until next week when Adam comes back with Charles and they talk about all the class changes and itemization updates that are happening as part of the season, it's worth pointing out that several of the bosses in this chain have they are very elementally themed in terms of their attacks. So you should be looking for like lightning resist explicitly if you're trying to farm.
I was saying this in my last video that like resists need more of a purpose to be in the game.
So we'll talk about that in just a moment.
It seems like they're doing
that's
it.
World Tier 3. This is a way for you to get some of those build-defining uniques you might need to kind of progress to the Sacred Tier, give you those extra rewards as you go. So now we're talking about World Tier 4 for a second. So you've got into World Tier 4. Echo Varshan is now still available for you to fight in World Tier 4, where he drops ancestral versions of those same unique items. And the Galvanic Saint is also available for players to fight to get ancestral versions of those unique items.
Okay.
So those are still there. Additionally, when you kill Varshan and when you kill the Galvanic Saint in World Tier 4, they drop summoning components that you need in order to summon Duriel, King of Maggots, who is a new level 100 boss that we're adding as part of the seasonal experience, who has a chance to drop unique items as well as a low chance to drop uber unique items.
So what does that mean, like, in terms, when you say uber uniques, a lot of people go like, oh, low chance, there's already a low chance. So what does that mean for a player for uber uniques now with this new system?
That's a great question. You will absolutely know people that have uber uniques after this goes live, and there's a way for you to farm them specifically from going after Duriel, right? It is still not every time you kill Duriel, you're gonna get an uber unique item. They're still very rare relative to other item types. But it's not like it was in the past. Like you're going to see people in your clan that have uber uniques. You're going to know people that have uber uniques. You have a way to hunt for these, right? In this world. So that's a really, really big push as part of the new seasonal program. Now there are the two other bosses that I didn't talk about too much. The first is the Beast in Ice.
Beast in Ice.
So the Beast in Ice is a new boss that you can go and summon after you start completing Nightmare Dungeons higher than Tier 30. So Tier 31 plus Nightmare Dungeons, 85-ish monsters and so on from there. As you fight and complete these Nightmare Dungeons, there's chances for the components that you need to drop at the end of the Nightmare Dungeon. You'll be able to use to make a new special Nightmare Dungeon key that explicitly brings you to the Beast in Ice's lair. So that is the way that you're able to summon forth the Beast in Ice and fight them in combat to get their special loot. And they've got some really, really potent items as well.
Nice.
And then lastly, for the new boss we're adding with the season, is we talked about Lord Zir already. While you will be able to confront like a story version of Lord Zir as you go through the quest line in World Tiers 1 and 2, there is a much more difficult, challenging version of Lord Zir that you'll fight in World Tier 4 once you're ready for that content. And you'll be able to access and summon forth Lord Zir this way as you kill world bosses in Season 4 and as you kill in Season 2.
Okay.
Season 4.
So they're actually giving us a reason to do like all these stuff in the game, which is
as you kill world bosses.
Okay on paper.
In World
I'd
Tier
like
4,
to see how I feel about
as you
it.
complete Legion events in World Tier 4, you'll be able to gather these materials forward and bring them to go and summon Lord Zir. So a couple extra things to kind of call out here. Actually, why don't we show? I think we have video of these new bosses.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
A dance mechanic.
summoning in for the first time. Very excited for players to go
Dude,
into
that's
that
just
fight.
a fucking
Beast in Ice in his new lair.
bunch of reskins again.
Of course, Duriel, Kick of Maggots.
Hey, that's a new
super
one.
Gross, very fun. So yeah, these three we obviously we still have Lord Zir. We just don't want to show off the boss fight just yet, but you know you'll get a chance to go and obviously fight a version of him in the quest line and a much more difficult version of him later. But one other thing worth calling out as part of this, the materials that players are going to be collecting
They
to
look
use
sick,
to summon
actually.
forth
Like,
these,
they look
these
really
bosses.
good, not gonna
There's a couple
lie.
advantages. First, if you've got friends, you can try to farm these components up together and use that as a way to more quickly access these fights and get more chances and opportunities to get some of the loot
giving
off these bosses that you're
people
looking for.
fucking
But you can also trade these materials between
bonuses.
players as well. So if you've got half the things you might need to summon Varshan, but you don't
Group
have the
play
other half, you can go on
OP,
trade chat and
dude.
try to find the remaining components. You know, spend the gold necessary to like maybe exchange for those things, and then go more quickly summon the bosses that you need. And also, as you collect these materials, you realize you may have overfarmed the materials that you need to summon, and you got the items you're really looking for early enough. Now you have a chance to like go and take those and maybe sell those off, you know, to make a tidy profit for yourself, so you can have an easier time enchanting items and other things as you go.
Exactly. Make
Yeah.
friends.
Well, that
Yeah,
sucks.
make friends for sure. Yeah.
And you said this before, but all 5 of these bosses have unique loot tables.
Yes.
That have specific uniques on them that you can target.
That's right. So if you're looking for a particular unique item in the game, and we've added a lot of unique items in Season 2 as well that also can all appear on these bosses, you know, you will be able to have, you will know the sorts of bosses you're looking for in order to farm for those items, right? So if you're looking for something, there is a boss that is going to drop it. You know what you need to go target farm and try to get those items.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is just like some of the kind of like almost exclusive like items that you can find off of some of these bosses that within the 5 of them on their drop tables. But then, like Joe and Joe have mentioned, you can find unique items off of them. And Duriel has the opportunity of dropping Uber uniques. And yes, you will find people and know people that and may find yourself an actual Uber uniques with this season for and going forward, because again, this is in Eternal Realm and this is in every season going forward, and we'll be adding more to it. And I know a lot of people have been asking about like unique items and hey, are there going to be like any future changes for unique items? And I just want to note, like, because we had been talking about the stream on October 10th, where that stream where we just have a lot to talk about today, so we're actually splitting up the streams. But on October 10th, we're talking more about class balance changes. We're also talking about unique item updates. In fact, nearly every unique item is getting some sort of update in Diablo 4, and we're actually going to be talking more about that on the 10th. So these unique items are obviously going to be, big things to actually kind of hunt for players when they are fighting these specific bosses. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about today. We'll have more to talk about on the 10th, and of course we're also going to be talking about resistances more on the 10th, Jackson, and some of the damage bucket changes. Like I know we have like crit, vulnerable, and overpower damage that's also getting kind of adjusted and tuned, kind of what we mentioned in prior streams. So that will all be happening on the 10th. But we got to hear a little bit about the bosses here. Now we do want to talk about some of the gameplay updates and some changes that are coming to Diablo 4, which is a huge list that we actually do have. So it's going to take us be prepared. We got
quality of life,
a lot
baby.
of slides and a lot to discuss here. But we do want to kind of jump right into them so we can kind of get through all of them for sure. And a lot of this, and I do want to like preface, a lot of this is based off of things we've heard within
Hey, there it is, baby.
feedback, and also just changes that we most definitely wanted to make to the game to make a better experience for players, especially as we were going through
there it is, baby.
Season 1. So, Joe, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, and so we can see. I'm going to talk about Scroll of Escape here.
Yeah,
I just wanted to mention we're seeing some of the images of some of the mount and some of those item art
ideas
those
popping
are
off for that
new
one sec. Yeah,
cosmetics
I think that could be really good.
To you can get from farming.
That's
farming
correct. Yes, these are exclusively dropped from the various bosses that we're talking about adding in Season 2.
Yeah,
on Eternal and Seasonal.
And these, when we say Eternal and Seasonal, we mean that these are going to persist.
Yes.
persist beyond Season 2.
That's correct. Yeah, these bosses aren't going to go away at the end of the season. We want to add more things for players to do once they get into these World Tier 3 and 4 content tiers. There's more updates we want to make to existing content types. We'll talk about some of those things today.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more planned. This is sort of like the first step in like creating more interesting activities for players as they get into World Tier 4, especially as they're thinking about level 100, especially making sure there's more fun things for players to do and engage in.
More for an endgame.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Scrolls of Escape. It's been a little while coming, but Scrolls of Escape will now be consumed automatically if you disconnect while you're in combat. Because this is a consumable item, we feel pretty good about the case where people are, disconnecting on purpose. You're still going to consume that item, so we feel pretty good about this change. And it always sucks to die to a disconnect.
It fucking does. Yes.
Never fun.
Incenses, which are the party-wide version of elixirs, of course, will now grant a bonus to experience, and they will persist through death, so it'll be more useful. Now, this is a big one. We have a bunch of different experience changes that we're going to go over here. You're going to see a few different references to different experience changes.
I knew that'd be. I knew this would happen. One of the things,
and if you're playing Season 1, you'll notice that we did make some adjustments to experience in Season 1 as well. That's sort of, all this is sort of coming together with some changes
excuse
to
me
how,
for yawning, mate.
How experience is calculated in terms of which things are multiplicative. So the way this will work is, in general, you've got different kinds of experience bonuses. So you've got maybe a bonus from incenses that we just added, for example. You've got other experience bonuses, maybe from seasonal blessings.
This is nice.
These are going to add together in a bucket and then be multiplicative with your World Tier bonus. This means that these experience bonuses will be much more impactful in Season 2 than they were in Season 1.
So more
In
XP,
fact,
baby?
Cumulatively, as I said, there are a number of different experience bonuses here. And cumulatively, your time, compared to Season 1, your time to get to level 100 is going to be 40% faster.
Yep, about 40% faster to reach level 100
than it was in Season 1. Yeah.
Holy shit.
This is,
why would we do that?
Well, we found that Season 2 is really about, we just talked about all of the boss changes that add more content to do as you're leveling up. We also want players to be able to get to level 100. It's a goal that many players set for themselves.
Bro, the fucking race to 100, it's going to be a one-dayer.
We saw that there were some players who were getting frustrated. You maybe get to level 75, and you're like, I want there to be more things to do, and this is like, just feels like it kind of slows down. And we really wanted to smooth that over and make the process of reaching that goal and getting to the end of the season
40%
feel like an achievable goal for all our players who invest time in the season. And of course, along the way, you're going to be having a lot more cool stuff to do with all of the boss ladder stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, these good changes. I'm very excited about this.
So, as I said, we'll talk more about other changes to experience as we go through this. But moving on for the moment, when you skip the campaign to jump into the world, as many players do at the start of a season, you're going to have more waypoints that start unlocked.
Okay, nice.
Compared to
That's
previous
good.
seasons. That means you don't have to do quite as much running to unlock waypoints as you're going. This isn't every single waypoint, but it's key strategic waypoints that are related to places that you want to go and are centrally located.
Yeah, make it a little bit easier to get around to like whispers that are in rotation as you're like leveling up your character initially. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are some other changes. There's kind of a suite of changes. I was just talking about
Dude, the
a
XP
number of
one?
changes to experience. There's also a suite of changes to sort of town efficiency, and this is the first one we're going to talk about some more in a little bit.
Town efficiency.
This is a big one. I know this is one that's close to Joe's heart in particular. Renown rewards will now persist between seasons. So what this means is that when you create a new character in a season, you can still earn renown. You can still do side quests if that's something that you enjoy doing. You can go and do strongholds. You can do all of those content types, but all of the rewards that are associated with renown will persist. So if you had, and you don't have to,
this is good.
You're not going to have to
This
log
is
in on a
really
different
good.
character or anything. Like any reward that you've claimed, if you claimed it in preseason, on Eternal, in Season 1, on any character, you're going to have that reward automatically when you create your new character in Season 2. And this applies to all of those obols. It applies to skill points, potion upgrades, all that stuff. Yeah.
It's just nice to be able to start a new character and not feel like you have to go do every single side quest over again to get all of the stuff.
Yeah, you know, and this is something it's a really good point, Antonio, because when we are talking about these general improvements, what these came from is a lot like us, the dev team, playing the game, and I think Joe mentioned this before, but it's really important, playing the game and then reading feedback from players, feedback on social, feedback
playing the game.
from videos, everything, and really looking at like what are players asking for, where are there places where we can make the game more fun, because you know we talked back in Season 1, like our goal is to continue making the game more fun for players, right? And so this is really sort of the result of that. And,
yeah, absolutely. I think making sure that players have more choices when they.
I think these are good changes. Like the XP,
not feel like they've got this
Skull of Escape,
this oppressive goal of needing to like completely fill out.
Obviously, Renown as well.
Optimally for the season.
Very nice.
I think it's gonna be really, really healthy and good for the
Very
experience.
nice.
I'm really excited for players to be able to like just be able to carry these things over with their characters. Now, you're not going to need to log in like you did last time when we made changes in the past. Now, like after you've claimed these rewards on a previous character, you're just going to have them on the future characters.
That's right. Yeah, and I was going to say the.
I disrupted your flow.
No, it's all right.
Train of thought.
Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next bullet. Overworld monsters. Yes. So this relates to another change we're going to talk about.
This was stupid.
But overworld monsters will now match your player level in World Tours 3 and 4. I know that. You know, this is in preseason, it worked this way, and we ran into some challenges with the game not feeling like you were getting upgrades that really felt powerful, and players rightly called that out. Like, look, I want to get powerful new items, and then I want to smash monsters.
Yeah,
and
you want to feel more powerful.
That's a really core part of the loop. So this change makes these monsters on par with your level. And this is based on reviewing Season 1. But it's coupled with some other changes that make sure that that it does feel meaningful and powerful, and you're not just feeling like, oh, I'm just sort of playing catch up.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more later on.
All right.
And of course, at the end of Season 1, your
two new character slots.
Season 1 character is going to migrate
fixed, boys.
to the Eternal Realm, and so we've added 2 additional character slots to make sure that you have plenty of space for more characters.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to note is like when characters are migrating from Season 1 to Eternal Realm, we actually have all that information that's going to be posted immediately after this live stream. We have a huge blog that will be essentially talking about everything related to Season 2. And so all the details about how that actually happens, how that works, will be in that blog. It works very similar to like if you play Diablo 2 Resurrected, you'll know exactly how that works, and it's very similar to that. But all that information will be on a blog.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we'll go into detail about what happens with their items and how they carry over.
That blog will be good because I can go through that in the YouTube video afterwards.
Okay, so next I think we have towns. Yeah, towns and vendors. Yeah. So a couple things we've changed here to make towns a little more efficient, and that's like really a focus of ours as we kind of move forward. First up, the occultist is now set up by the Spirit Whispers. So when you go back and you turn in your whispers, there are additional functions you can perform right there without having to like fly off to
Let's get into Season 1. What do you mean?
Work. So I think that's nice for the loop. We've gone through. We've added stashes much more liberally throughout Sanctuary. This is the first of those changes. So any small town with a waypoint attached to it is going to have a stash near it as well.
Sure, why not?
So just more opportunities to drop things off or pick things up as you're out there playing, either while you're leveling up a character from 1 to 50 and you just are finding things you want to drop off, or as you are playing in the end game and you're finishing whispers and things nearby. More opportunities to get to a stash. And then, additionally, we've added stashes to like near a lot of different vendors in capital cities. I think we have a video for this in just a moment, but we'll get to that in just a second, I think. But yeah, we've added more stashes all over the place. Okay. And then, of course, purveyors of curiosities. These lovable rogues, really tuck themselves away to just
no, the hearts are getting deleted
throughout Sanctuary. We're bringing them closer to the waypoints. We're reacclimating them to society, reintroducing them to the world, and just making sure that they're a lot easier to reach, as you can see here.
Oh yeah, look at this.
For Kyovashad, like the Purveyor of Curiosity is now like right in the tavern. You know, so it's just a lot easier to go and spend your obols as you're accruing them, and it's harder for you to forget that you have obols, for example. You'll get more gear as you're playing.
This is a good change.
Has become more social.
Yeah, become more willing to like integrate with the rest of the people in town. Yeah.
It's like he realized his shady dealings aren't actually going to get punished by anyone, so he just
that one's still in the same place.
Yeah, the law is a rough construct in many ways in Sanctuary. So in this way, that they're back in the good graces.
And I know, like because we've heard from players like, hey, spending time, they spend a lot of time in town, obviously. Like if they're going to be at the blacksmith or at the purveyor, at the occultist or anything, this is now going to just help make that a little bit more efficient, especially if they're going between different
It's good.
areas
It saves a bit
different
of time.
towns.
It's good.
Can now find stashes everywhere, and a lot of it was, thanks to the feedback.
No, hearts would be deleted.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure.
Cool. So I think that's about it for towns and vendors.
We'll have that information
there's
soon.
More stuff to talk about.
Yes.
Want to talk about mounts?
Yes.
Like we'll have it in the blog at the end of the stream.
We talked about before. This is something that Mr. Joe Shelley had posted on the platform known as X, formerly known as Twitter.
Did he make a post on
He made
X?
a post, not a tweet.
Not a tweet. That's
a post.
Thing. Yeah.
And we've had a lot of people ask about this ever since that post, and we mentioned that it'd be something that's coming in season 2. So do you want to go through all our changes coming from mounts?
Yeah, let's take a look at them. The first off,
they're improving the mounts.
There are a number of changes to mounts, but I want to call out that the one that players and we feel is the most significant here is just that they're going to get stuck less, right? So when you're trying to turn your mount like in a tight corner, or you're trying to navigate through a narrow space, the mount is going to much less frequently come to a dead stop or slow down.
Because the mounts are shit.
And part of that as well is mounts can jump over regular jump traversals just like your player, but we're a little bit finicky about it.
They were very finicky.
I think some people didn't. In practice, they didn't always.
You'd have to like tease them
of jumping over traversals. So we fixed
around
that.
the icon. Sometimes they jump and sometimes they wouldn't.
Dismounting as you're traveling around the world. We also increased the base movement speed of mounts. This means that traveling on your mount in town, for example, will be faster. We didn't increase the top speed of the boost, so the maximum boost speed is still the same, but your base movement speed unboosted is going to be 14% faster. We also made a change.
The duration
is one that players point out. We have sort of a cool. I think it's like a very cool system for allowing the mount to have analog control with a mouse and keyboard. But the consequence of this is that it was sort of finicky. You really had to have the mouse cursor at the edge of the screen to get full speed. And if you had a little bit farther away, you kind of felt like, well, am I actually at full speed? So you really felt like it has to be at the edge of the screen at all times. Because of course, when you're riding through the world, you want to be going as fast as you can.
Oh yeah,
right?
got to go fast.
And so we made a change here. We didn't remove. Some players have suggested just make it binary. I should be at full speed all the time. But we made a change that makes it. The cursor is much more generous about allowing you to be at full speed. It's about half or so of the screen. Beyond that, it'll be at full speed. And so you really have to have the cursor close to your mount if you do want to slow down. And because it is still handy for navigating around between tight areas.
Okay.
So big improvement for mouse and keyboard users there.
Yeah, it just makes the mount a little less, a little easier to use in general, right? Like it's easier to reach that top speed. You don't have to have the mouse as far away and be planning your path at the very edge of the screen constantly. It's just generally not how people play and when they're moving in the game.
Yeah.
It's usually a bit closer to their character when they choose their movement options with the mouse. So yeah, feels really good.
Mounts
I
improved.
think between the faster mount and moving the important things closer to the waypoint, that is the 40%.
Oh, that's the 40%.
That is 41%. Those experience changes are massive. So.
Yeah. This is just additive to it.
But I think it's a great point because as Adam was saying as well, town efficiency is also something that players care a lot about, right?
Yeah, town efficiency.
So I mentioned the speed, the spur. This is your speed boost on the mount. We increased the duration. The rate at which you you acquire spur charges is the same, so that means that with the increased duration, you're going to be able to be boosted a lot more of the time.
Yeah, way more spur up time.
Yeah, quite. It's close to 100%. I think it's pretty significant.
Yep.
And of course, this is great because those pesky barricades that would previously cause your mount to stop
beat them up.
Can be broken through, so you don't need to dismount unless you want to.
Right. Look at this fancy in slide video. Just added. Like the quality of the production has just gone up. Just as oh, look at this.
We got some production value.
Swipe. Fancy.
So you can see the player boosting through the barricade there. You also see the player using their dismount skill, and we have some changes related to that as well. So some cooldown changes.
Oh yeah, these are really big.
So as Adam mentioned, I posted about this on social media. And,
nice.
One of the things
no
that we
longer
were
the
experimenting
fucking
with is
like
having the
30-second
mount
one
cooldown reset
bollocks,
after
mate.
you take a traversal, because of course you get off your mount, you take a traversal, and then there's like a cooldown before you can mount again. It just feels sort of arbitrary, like why that's like slowing down the game for no reason, right? So we tested that in practice,
fixed.
and we found that while it was cool, what was even better is just reducing the base cooldown of the mount across the board. So mount cooldown goes down from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. If you're taking a lot of damage while you're mounted and you get knocked off your horse, the cooldown for getting back on the horse also halves
that's a
from 36 to 15.
big difference.
And
that's good.
As I mentioned, the dismount combat skill, like this is a really cool skill. We want it to feel like players can use it and feel powerful. So this is actually the cool up on it. When you jump onto your mount, there's a few seconds before you can use it, and 10 seconds felt way too long, so we reduced it to 3.
Yeah, it's much more fun to like just get on your mount, and if you see a pack of creatures that you need for a quest or for a whisper or anything else,
smash them up.
Disengage right into them, and start the fight right away, as opposed to having to like wait. You just end up not
I would
like
make circles around attacks.
If you have like 2 seconds left or something.
So wait, hold on, monsters. I'm going to do this cool ability.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Give me a little bit.
Just wait, it's happening. I promise. Yeah. So.
Yeah, very cinematic, but not as fun.
Awesome. So I know now.
Whoa!
God. Wow. Okay. We have production behind the scenes, by the way.
Those PowerPoint transitions,
they're just smiling back there as they make these like crazy swipes between transitions. But we are now going to talk about some changes coming for Nightmare Dungeons.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So Antonio, I know, can kind of take us through all our changes here.
Finally, this is what I'm here for.
This is the moment.
This is what I work on. So, yeah, we have tons of changes for Nightmare Dungeons coming this season. The very first big change that we have is teleporting to a Nightmare Dungeon from the map will take the players directly inside the dungeon instead of to the dungeon entrance. This will cut down on having the double load screens when you just want to go and play
transitions.
More like grind more Nightmare Dungeons and get your Paragon points up. I think this is
these loading screens look different too. No,
this will be a pretty popular change. I think this is something that people have wanted for a while, ever since we first implemented teleporting to Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah, getting rid of this extra load screen, I think is going to be a huge boon for me. So I'm supportive.
Okay, and it's funny enough. What
Dungeon Defense monsters.
What is our stream
NPCs
software?
No longer get one shot. They finally did it, dude.
We're doing this in PowerPoint.
They finally did it, dude. They don't die in one shot.
There you go. We could have gotten the easy way out and done PowerPoint, but no. All right, sorry for interrupting. There you go.
Moving on, back to Nightmare Dungeons. So our dungeon events have more monster density now. And also, more importantly, in higher world tiers, your NPCs will no longer get one shot, so they will not be completely useless, or the events won't be hopeless when you're trying to defend someone from an onslaught of monsters.
Yeah, in general, I think this is going to be great for just increasing the perceived efficiency of
Let's be honest, it's a bug fix. That one. Right. More mob density is fantastic.
My friends and I are like, oh, okay, well, your friends and you are going to be okay. Like, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, we're looking at dungeon events a lot just between the seasons and player feedback to make sure that they're fun to play and people want to engage with them. And this is kind of one of those things that we saw. We're like, yeah, we could do this.
Yeah, good. I mean, the mob density is great.
Yeah, so next we have traps. In our dungeons, the overall readability has been improved, and the crowd control on the player has been reduced. Look at that slow motion.
Slow motion action shot.
Grabbing these to the YouTube video.
It will be easier to see these, and more importantly, when you do get hit by them, you are not CC'd long enough to where you will just instantly die all the time.
Yeah, and I want to call this out so players. I want to make sure players are not confused about this. We're not just talking about CC on the traps, right?
Right. We're talking about just CC across the board from monsters. Just in general, like your CC time will be decreased.
Fuck CC,
yeah. So if I get stunned by a vampire knight, I'm going to spend less time CC'd.
Right. Less time CC'd and less time going back and restarting the Nightmare Dungeon because you died.
Right. Yeah. And this is really valuable with increased density, of course, because there are more monsters on screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a pretty extensive amount of changes coming for CC. So when players get a chance to check out the patch notes and everything, they'll see the full run through of all the changes.
Fuck yeah, dude! Let's CC. Let's fucking go. Yeah, CC's cool. Poo-poo, so... I mean, there's got to be some, but right now it's like giga punishing. It's like insta-die if you get CC'd, you're fucked.
Yep. Oh, fragments, interesting. I don't know what those are.
And also, our Paragon glyph experience has been increased. This sort of falls in line with like the 40% faster leveling to 100. You also will get your Paragon glyphs leveled a bit faster.
Wasn't too much of a problem before for me, but...
up, your Paragon scales effectively with it, and you can feel more powerful faster.
Someone says in chat, dang, it's like they're actually listening.
That's it though, right? Oh, no, wait, there's a whole other section.
No, there's more stuff.
Oh, okay, well then sure.
You can't have Nightmare Dungeons without the afflictions,
That's
right?
True. Talk about afflictions.
So, we have a number of changes to some of our afflictions. We are constantly looking at these and evaluating player feedback. The first one up that I have to talk about is backstabbers. So what it used to be was when a monster attacked you from behind, it just did a set increase in damage, which led to a lot of cases where players were getting one shot, right? So we changed this so that the close monsters attacks from behind will now cause you to become vulnerable, and then that vulnerable damage that you take is increased on a scaling metric. So the higher the dungeon tier, the more damage that you will take. This gives you a little bit more opportunity to have a bit of counterplay. It's not just all of a sudden like you're dead. You can play around this. You can react to it. If you manage to make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. You can strategize and pivot so that you don't end up just immediately dying.
Yeah, I mean, that vulnerable condition there does give you that opportunity to sort of see, like, actually, look, yeah, my health globe is cracked now. Yeah, okay, I need to be more careful as I'm getting hit, because creatures can do a lot more damage to me while I'm in this state.
Right. Yeah. For monster critical resist, now the monster attacks reduce the damage of your critical strikes for 3 seconds, and then this also scales by the dungeon tier. So
they're
now
making these a little less
once again,
of a pain in the ass, which is
you
great.
have
I
the
like
opportunity
that.
to play around it, and it's not just completely nerfing your damage the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, people would avoid this one, this affliction particularly, because it was a massive reduction in damage overall, because you didn't have any control over it either, right?
Right. And just in general, what we want to avoid are afflictions that are instant salvage, right? We don't want you to look at your sigils and say, oh, I don't want to play that, and then just toss it every single time you see it. So this is sort of like a greater effort to make this a bit more fun, so you can see it and know that it's going to be more difficult, but not unplayable.
Right.
Death Pulse. So we made some changes to Death Pulse. Now we prevent the Death Pulses from monsters that already have death explosions, like the lunatics. And we also prevent death pulses from spawning on top of each other or chaining with each other, so that you don't have to worry about an entire dungeon tile filling up with just death explosions that will one-shot you.
This is such a great change. So many times the lunatic explodes, and I'm like, all right, I'm all good. And then I run in and like, no, there's more explosions.
Yeah. And, we're good. Lightning Storm. Being shocked while in a bubble grants 35% bonus movement speed for 5 seconds.
Hey.
This is a change coupled with the other changes, where it only starts with when players are in combat. And it only starts when you have a direct path to the protection bubble. These holistic changes were basically implemented to make sure that Lightning Storm doesn't slow down your Nightmare Dungeon exploration. What we were seeing a lot was players wanted to get through the Nightmare Dungeons quickly, but when they had Lightning Storm, they had to stop, run backwards, go
these
hide
are
in
smart
the bubble,
changes,
wait,
actually.
then
I
make
like
up
these
that
a lot.
lost time, stop, go backwards.
They're addressing the right
The movement
problems.
speed bonus helps a ton because it helps you make up that lost time faster. And then these other two changes mostly focus on some of the more egregious examples where like a traversal is in between you and the bubble and you can't get to it in time, or for some reason it's just a little too far behind you and it's difficult to get to. These will ensure that you know when the lightning storm is going to happen, and you know there is a way to get to the bubble.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And finally, Drifting Shade. The duration of the Drifting Shade has decreased from 5 seconds to 3 seconds,
Nothing's
and
gonna
the
be a less of a pain in
respawn
the
time
ass.
has increased by 2 seconds.
I'm grabbing all these
So
screenies.
similarly to Lightning Storm, we didn't want cases where the Drifting Shade pops up and then players spend more of their time running circles around the Drifting Shade than they do focusing on completing the dungeon itself. So this should make it a little bit easier for the dungeons for you to be able to navigate the dungeons with Drifting Shade and not just want to avoid it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great.
Nice.
All right. More.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
More Nightmare Dungeon
More
stuff.
changes to Nightmare Dungeons.
So this is, in addition to Nightmare Dungeons, this is also for
Hey,
our
they
normal
got rid of
dungeons,
some of the
but,
shit objectives.
We
Let's
changed
go, dude.
some of the objectives for a handful of dungeons. You will see this in the Nightmare Dungeons for this season specifically. But we removed the objectives so that now when you go into the dungeon, all you have to do is really just go find the boss. You can focus on the critical path. There are dungeon events and other things going on that are optional, but if you want to go in and find the boss, you can just go in and go straight to the boss. So we're trying out this change. We're going to see kind of how it works with the dungeons that we've implemented it on, and we're definitely keeping an eye out on player feedback to see how they like it.
I know Rax, who's watching, has a tear of joy sliding down his face right now after hearing that, I'm sure.
And finally, for the pool of Nightmare Dungeons this season, like we do every season, we've went and evaluated the dungeon layouts, and we've redesigned
That's what we want to hear,
these.
baby.
So for the ones that do have objectives, we've changed them
Wait, where did the
to
file go?
limit backtracking even further.
Religion, I'm sorry, dude. I
but
disabled
we also
it.
wanted to be conscious of making the dungeons just feel too
it was in the
linear.
way.
So we found a good balance where the player can
Yes.
engage in the objectives and the content without having to spend so much
Got it,
time
buddy. Nice. Thanks, man.
running back and forth, which also contributes to the 40% increase to get to level 100. But as you can see here, here's one of the Nightmare Dungeons that we have for Season 2. In this first objective here, we had our elites that you needed to kill. They were kind of off in the wings, and it created these really bad situations where if you took a wrong turn and then you realized too late that you missed one, you'd have to go all the way back and track that guy down and waste a ton of time. We moved these objectives to the critical path, so as long as you're just on the main path, on the main loop, you will encounter them. And even if you do make a wrong turn, the penalty for getting back onto the critical path is not that significant. So it's like just less downtime in between reaching these objectives.
Buddy, they know what's up. Yeah, I enabled it right at the right time, Religion, and we got the fuck. Fantastic.
a bunch of updates to world events.
Yeah, world events and Legion events and other things.
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Let's bring it up. We have a whole other slide, I think.
There we go.
There it is. Yes. So yeah, we've heard feedback from players. They're looking for more uptime on some of these events. They're looking for more opportunities to go and engage with this kind of content. So we made some changes as part of Season 2. So right off the bat, Legion events time between events has been reduced from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. They're going to be more, you'll find them more frequently as you're playing. This is great because you do want to go farm these to get the materials you need to go fight Lord Zir, particularly when you're in World Tier 4. So great opportunities for you to go and do
Your
these
nemesis,
things.
mate.
We've increased the duration of the warning time.
Are you liking the changes so far?
I moved that from 5 minutes to 10 minutes.
Pretty
one of the
happy
big reasons why we did
myself.
this, and we did this in a few different places, but one of the reasons we did this is in situations where the player's like wrapping up a nightmare dungeon or they're just in an instance, we want to give them a chance for them to pop out and happen to see
I don't know
that
why it
warning
makes
is
that
up,
notification
so
sound. I hope that isn't annoying anybody.
We also fixed some minor issues here where like Legion event pins would not display at the edge of players' minimaps if a Whisper was active for that Legion event. So really, at the moment, we really want players to go after like a Legion event. It wasn't really showing up. We made the same change for world bosses. Now for world boss spawns, similarly, we made another change here. We reduced the duration between uptimes for the world boss from 6 hours to 3.5 hours. So these are going to be much more available for players to find and chase down as they play.
Yeah, it was something that, players have been talking about. Hey, I have a set schedule, or I'm always at work when these world boss spawns occurs. So now there's more opportunities.
I'll be doing a summary afterwards, Religion, and uploading it on YouTube, mate. I got you.
Yeah, likewise, we have increased the warning timer for these bosses from 30 minutes to 60 minutes to really let you know when they're about to start and go plan to go and hit these, because again, these have slightly higher drops for the Lord Zir fight, for example, and they still have good rewards attached to them as well. So those are up. And then we also made sure that there's now a message that's broadcast to all players when a world boss is 15 minutes away from spawning. So again, doubling down, making sure the players are aware that the world boss is about to kick off, so you don't have those situations where you just missed it because you didn't realize it was up. So we think that these are going to be some changes that are going to help that quite a bit.
Right on.
All right. Endgame activities.
Yeah, let's go. I can just keep going from here. So one of the things we found in Whisper Cache is it used to be when you got into World Tier 3 and you're starting to get your first like sacred sigils and such, that when you finish Whisper Cache, you got effectively like the lowest sigil tier key from that tier, from that world tier.
That's right.
So now the way it's going to work is when you go and you turn in all your Whispers and you get your new summoning materials for Varshan, and you also get a random nightmare sigil on turn-in, that sigil is always going to be within 5 levels of the highest nightmare dungeon you complete in that tier.
Good.
So they're going to be more relevant for you based on your current progression as you continue to go. So I think that's going to be a fun change for players. The next, so I really want to hammer down this. So gold rewards from Whisper caches have been really significantly increased. Greatly increased,
Greatly
increased.
That's why it's in a different color. We want to very much emphasize greatly.
So if you're looking for gold,
it's in another color, guys. It's serious change.
Massive respec of your character, and you're looking for the chance to reroll many more times on an item to get exactly the efficacy you're looking for.
It's good to get a tier 100 key. You can disenchant it for more dust.
Farm as you're getting into the end game, and remains so as you go.
It's actually pretty good.
It's going to be a really, really big change for you to be able to engage with as you play.
Oh yeah, big changes to the overworld religion. Really big changes. You missed some fucking juicy shit.
Here we've also made sure that like Whisper turn-ins, for all your bounties and the Helltide caches, the XP rewards from those moments are much more substantial in this point. We're okay with the idea that nightmare dungeons remain a really great source of experience for players. That's fine. But we want to make sure that Whispers and Helltide features in particular are brought up to feel that they are more competitive.
Exactly. Yeah, this needed to be done.
Now there's also the addition of these summoning materials that you need from these content types. There are also other rewards, and then even gold from Whispers. There's other rewards you're going to be getting at the same time. So while experience from Whispers is really dramatically increased, be really great, particularly on the 1 to 50, as you want to use more Whispers potentially to level up than you have in the past. There are advantages, no matter which way you want to go. And then, some minor things here. So Whisper caches, we're granting items from that reward moment that weren't always tied to the item slot associated with the cache. So we've gone through, made some changes on the loot side to ensure that won't be the case anymore. So if you go and you open a boots cache, then you're always going to get boots from that cache.
Yeah,
so
that
that's
makes
going to be
sense.
changed. That's also that change has been propagated to the Helltide caches as well. It shouldn't be the case anymore that you end up opening a two-handed weapon cache and you just get a ring or something along those lines. And then also, Helltide chests now also have specific icons on the map to indicate their type.
That's handy.
So if you're trying to figure out exactly where rings could be found or where you could find light weapons or whatever else, it's a little bit easier for you to find those things from the map level as you're looking around. So
that's
yeah,
me,
some good
guys. Don't
changes
worry, that's
for
me.
in-game activity stuff there.
All right. Next, we got some UI and UX changes I know that we're putting into the game. Joe, do you want to take us through these?
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Favorite button.
Of course, players
Let's fucking go,
have been
baby.
able to mark items as junk.
Let's fucking go.
For a while now.
No
And you
more
can,
pulling a Dalkora, baby.
Once an item is marked as junk, you can actually
Fuck
sell all
yeah.
junk in your inventory, which is pretty handy.
Literally
sort
the
of,
best change
some
for me.
players have different ways that they want to manage their inventory. You know, they've got players who are like, I want to go back to town and then I want to do all this, or I want to do it in the field. And so we want to provide more flexibility for players who like to manage their inventory in different ways to do that. So we've added the ability to favorite items, and of course, this protects from situations where you might have accidentally salvaged or stolen items that
it's so funny. This is such a big W for me, like honestly.
And when you use the sort button in your inventory or in your stash, the aspects that have the same power will now be sorted together so that they're easier to find.
Yeah, helps out a lot more when you're trying to dig through your inventory and figure out exactly where things are.
This is a good one too.
This one is a little bit subtle. So when you're looking at the affixes that are listed on an item tooltip, so maybe you have strength and crit chance, something like that. The sorting of those affixes is now consistent within the type of affix that it is. So if you have two items that both have strength on them, the strength is going to appear in the same location vertically in the list of affixes.
That's handy.
Which makes it a little bit easier to evaluate.
When you're comparing
both
yeah, that's going to be good.
Exactly.
And dungeon map tooltips. This is, I know, Adam, this is one
This is going to be my sound again. Sorry, guys.
This is one I like.
I don't know how to turn that off.
Like,
if I could, I would.
You. Yeah. Thank you.
So they'll now display, when there's an active whisper, they'll now display the aspect name and the description. It's no longer hidden by the whisper being active on the dungeon.
Yeah, everyone's got like one or two things in particular that are fairly like small in isolation. They're like, oh, thank God that thing is changed. Like that one thing got updated, which is great. We're excited.
Son of a bitch, there's another one.
And of course, this is a really cool one.
I got to do it again.
You can now search and filter your stash.
That's handy.
And I think we have video of this.
Yeah.
This includes text search. You've got a bunch of different filters down there. You can filter by item type.
We can actually type
rarity.
in it.
You can filter by sacred and ancestral items. And then you can see there at the bottom we've got a text box, so you can search for keywords and other text on the item. And this searches across all your stash tabs too. So if you take a look at the top there, you can see that well, it's a little bit hidden by the tooltip right now, but you can see that there are 4 items in this tab that have that fill the criteria and none in the other tab. Or in this case, there are 3 in that tab and 1 in the other tab. So they're highlighted, so make it easier for players to search through and find items in their stash.
Yeah, another a hotly requested item from players
Absolutely.
as well. A lot of our UI UX updates in general are, fueled by feedback that we've received either, through social media or on our forums.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can you find corn dogs? Oh, hey man, I think we might be able to now.
We have some more. So players that want to hide identifying information, like character names or BattleNet tags for other players, can now find these settings in the social options menu.
That's right, streamers. You got streamer mode.
Streamer mode.
And this is a one that we've seen a lot of feedback on. Players want to be able to hide vulnerable, the status effect texts, so vulnerable, dodge, fortified. This is an option that's been added
AKA better drops.
To the menu to hide those, so you can hide them along with
That's
hiding
that's a
combat,
different client.
numbers.
Yeah, this is a direct response to everyone on X and other media platforms that will text on a regular basis asking for this option. It's
Yeah,
like,
they'd be
that's
like,
fair
I can
reason.
hide the numbers, but I can't hide,
Yeah.
you know, 4 to 5, 4 to 5.
Totally fair. Happy to get this out to players. Yeah.
And we've added an auto run feature, so you can bind a key to auto run, and then you can the character will run in the direction that they're facing,
Lazy to
controller,
stop
or
you.
the direction that you the mouse cursor, where the mouse cursor is located. So you can start auto running, and then you can
Auto runs whatever,
move your
right?
inventory.
I don't know
bring up
about
the
you
map, do
guys.
those kinds of things.
Awesome. And then we have a lot of...
One more thing.
Oh.
This, I don't want to forget this
I'm
one.
like, see, we have so much stuff, and I know... I try to get ahead of myself.
Yeah, but
let's
this
go
one,
to the next section.
this one is important. Antonio was talking about
This is kind of useful.
The improvements to Nightmare Dungeons to help navigate through them. This change to the minimap significantly zooms out the base zoom level of the minimap, and this will really help players navigate through towns, navigate through some areas of the world that
This
are,
is pretty good, actually,
sort of more
because
dense in
it
terms of
means that I
terrain
don't have to
and
open my map as
obstructions.
much.
And navigate in dungeons. This means that when you're in a dungeon, you can see more of the dungeon layout that's near your player on the minimap than you could before.
Yeah, if you're approaching a fork in the overworld, you're not sure which way leads back to the main trail. Like this is definitely a huge benefit for players.
And I know now I can get ahead of myself here. We have a lot of updates regarding items as well that we do want to kind of go over.
Item updates.
So, Mr. Joey P.
Oh yeah, sure. Happy to talk about some things. So yeah, we made a few changes. I know that some things we've already talked about a bit before, right? But here, gems no longer drop directly as rewards. Now players can be earning these new gem shards, these fragments materials they can use at the jeweler to craft their own gems. So basically, as you're wandering through the world and you're killing monsters, you're opening chests, you're gonna be dropping these fragments as you play. And rather than having like individual items that go into your
no
inventory,
more fucking gems,
these shards are gonna go into your materials tab. And then as you want to create gems, you can go back to the jeweler. You can spend those fragments to create gems rather that will go into your inventory that you can then slot on items the way that you like. So it basically takes all of those gems that have been randomly appearing from completing events and opening chests out of your inventory, and gives you the option as the player to choose when you want to go and create gems that you need for your items.
And just to make sure people are aware, like, of course, when you do create a gem, it does then appear in your inventory, which then allows you to then, of course, sock it into an item. But now you won't be finding all those gems out in the world that will fill up your inventory. Those will just appear as materials now.
That's right.
Within your materials tabs.
And you'll also be able to salvage those gems that you do create, and then use those materials to go and create better gems. So yeah, big changes there. It frees up a lot of inventory space. Feels good. Enchantment cost been updated. What a strange set of line, right?
Very general.
So the ultimate thing here that I want to cut to is enchantment costs overall have been reduced, but the way that works out is that your initial enchant cost is going to be a little bit higher than it is currently for your first enchant, the first time you do it. And then the progression of the cost of that, of re-enchanting that item, is going to go up much more slowly over time, and it's not going to spike quite as quickly. So players overall it's going to be a little bit less expensive for players to go and try to re-roll items to their heart's content to find things they're looking for. And this partnered with the changes that we made to Whisper Bounty cash turn-ins, where you get like way more gold from at those moments. Greatly
more goes on the fucking slot machine, boys. Hey.
Are going to help those defer a lot of those costs for players
cooldown reduction.
if you don't end up using a lot of that gold to go and trade and do other things instead.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, big changes there. Okay, so another really big change here is that when players get into higher world tiers...
This is a good change as well, less garbage.
I'll read the line and then I'll explain it. So craft materials will drop in place of
screen
lower
grab.
item power, normal magic, and rare equipment.
That was
in
me,
World Tiers 3
not you.
and 4.
Don't worry
What
about
do I
it.
mean when I say that? What I mean is when you go into World Tier 3 and you start getting sacred items dropping for monsters, you will find that you will no longer be having normal items dropping for monsters. The only items that will drop for monsters in World Tier 3 will be sacred in nature.
I mean, it's a good change, right?
Right. So instead, when you would have got like a rare item before, that is going to be, you're going to get crafting materials that you can use instead, dropping on the ground if you just go run over and pick up, as opposed to having that rare item in your inventory. Now, this is another one of the reasons why we made this big change, the Whisper Gold increase. We made some other gold increases as well.
Catch you later, Religion, mate.
Basically offset any concerns that players might have about needing to sell off all of those typical rare items, as they're progressing through. Now, I will say that if a legendary item drops for you that is of normal quality that you could have got at level 50, in World Tier 2, if a legendary item drops for you, that will still appear for you in World Tier 3. So that you're not going to be losing out on legendary items that potentially could drop for you in part of the experience. When you go into World Tier 4, only ancestral items will drop for you as you're playing. You will no longer see sacred items or normal items from that point forward. Once again, legendary and unique items in that case of sacred nature or normal nature will still continue to appear for you as you continue to play. But for the most part, getting a ton of these items out of your inventory as part of this change.
Yeah, it's this and the gems changes are going to help out a lot with inventory management for players and ensure that they're focusing on like the items that they're really going to want, and then of course getting the benefit of getting all the materials.
That's fucking dope.
From the items that we're dropping beforehand. They'll just now be materials that will be in their materials tab.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
So yeah, that's not even the end of the big changes we have planned. So another thing we're doing as part of Season 2, and again, this is on the Eternal Realm and also in the Seasonal Realm, is that when you start to go into World Tier 3 and 4, items that are dropping for you are going to get more powerful based on the monster level that you're fighting. This is in response to all of the item changes we're making in response to player feedback
This is great.
Receiving since preseason and Season 1. Season 2 represents the first really great opportunity that we've had to spend a good amount of time kind of responding to this feedback, getting things tested, getting things into the game. So we're really excited to offer things like this. But there's situations where players will get into World Tier 3. They'll finish off a lot of the gear that they need inside Sacred Tier fairly early. 50, 55, 56. They start getting ready to make the transition potentially early into World Tier 4 to get into their Ancestral Tier. And then that can end up in a situation where by the time that you are level 65, 68, 70, you've kind of collected all the ancestral gear that you can get, minus uniques you might still be hunting for, once you get into that tier. But you might have already got all of the gear that you're looking for.
Well, they need the stats to actually
now the way that we've changed things
scale
is
with
that
the
starting in Sacred Tier, I guess we'll talk about Sacred Tier first. So if you fight a level 55 monster, you'll have the typical Sacred eye power range when you're fighting that creature. When you fight a level 56 creature, the eye power minimum and maximum of that range increases by 2. So every monster level from that point forward, the eye power of the potential output of that item is higher as a result of that, to encourage players to want to go and try to fight higher level, more difficult creatures as they're progressing through the game. When we talked before about the monster trailing change that we made, the monster level trailing change we made earlier in the presentation today, Joe mentioned that was kind of aligned with some other things we were trying to do to make sure the players felt they were getting more powerful as time progressed. And part of that is ensuring the players have a sense of progress as they go.
Yes.
And when we think about sacred and ancestral progression, when you're getting into that part of the game, one of the things we've wanted to try to ensure is that players do have the time needed to go and kind of gather items of value that they can use to put their build together. But we don't want the player to feel like in an effort to hit that solution, the feeling of not feeling and not getting any real progress past level 70 in this case, if you're getting into your ancestral gear fairly early, that's not worth the cost of making sure that you've got your time to get your things together. So instead, we want to make sure that you have opportunities for upgrades as time goes on, right? So in World Tier 4, starting at level 75, you'll have the typical range, but then that continues to go up by 2, for every monster level above that, going up pretty high. Once you get to level 100, now you're dealing with ancestral items of eye power potential of 920 at that point. And that's just at level 100, right? Once you start fighting higher level monsters than level 100, you're fighting like level 101 monsters, level 102 monsters, the minimum range of the item output goes up by 1 for every monster from that point forward. So you'll get to a point where you're fighting level 150 creatures and such that the eye power range of that item, 125 monsters and such, the eye power ranges of those items are effectively on par. It's like 920 to 920 is like the end result long term as you go deeper and deeper into the system.
Yeah, so you start to shrink down that window.
Yeah, you slowly shrink down that window so that as you're getting drops for yourself in the world and in Nightmare Dungeons and other content types, it's much more likely to get the maxed out eye power rolls that you're looking for. Now, one change we didn't make as part of this is we didn't change the ranges on affixes. Nobody. So the change that we're talking about here is getting you more weapon damage on your weapons, more armor value on your armor pieces, and more of the inherent resistance, which is so much more important now in season 2 than it was in the past, attached to your jewelry. So that will continue to grow as you get more eye power for these gear pieces. So now this is naturally going to push players to fight more difficult monsters, and we want that. We think that's fun, right? But that's not, we want to make sure that other content pieces also provide the opportunity for meaningful rewards as well. So one other change that we made here for Whispers, for example, is that the caches that you get at the end of a Whisper turn-in, the rewards for that are actually 10 eye power better, which would say that they're 5 monster levels higher than what you would normally get, because usually rewards that you get from these caches are based on your character level at the moment that you turn these things in, based on the world tier that you're in. Now there's an offset, so you get additional item power value from the items that you get from that cache normally. And then in addition to that, the upgrade caches, the legendary cache that can occasionally appear when you're turning in your Whispers, those are going to give you 20 eye power above what your level is at that moment. Meaning these end up being compelling ways for players to want to go and try to collect rewards from engaging with these systems. Again, while they're earning tons of gold, also
that's good,
while they are getting materials they need to go in some
actual incentive
in World Tiers 3 and 4. And then next, of course, is Helltide caches also benefit from the same change, in that all Helltide caches, starting right in World Tier 3, have a 20 eye power offset attached to them for the rewards that come out of that.
Nice.
Now, a question that might get asked is, does that mean that that eye power value is going to go above the cap of what Sacred or Ancestral would normally provide? And the answer is no. So this does not mean that the very best items in the game are going to be delivered to you from Whisper caches and Helltide caches. Only that these changes allow these cache systems to provide meaningful rewards much longer into progression.
And
again, it was just tied to level.
And again, the eye power cap is you mentioned
920 for Ancestral.
920.
Yeah.
There you go.
920.
There's a lot of people asking 820, 920. So
yeah, we think that these are going to be some good changes for players to feel that they're getting some of those upgrades as they play through those content
chunky boy weapons.
They have a smoother journey as
no 920
This mixed with like the experience point changes and a lot of the Nightmare Night stuff that we talked about so far.
That's the cap. 920.
Basically, us trying to respond to like our experiences playing again, and then the feedback from players.
I'm gonna like go back to 20 minutes or 30 minutes ago when we were talking about the 5 bosses and being able to progress through them. One thing that we talked about Uber Duriel and how
Duriel, King of Maggots, His Majesty.
Exactly. Uber Duriel. But with all these new bosses, because they all have their own loot tables,
they said it couldn't
associated with them. At least with Duriel, because that in itself is a level 100 boss. So what type of item power can you expect to find off of like Duriel?
Yeah, you'll find eye power 920 stuff off Duriel. So there are unique items that Duriel drops that are only some of them are very new and coming in with Season 2 that only come from Duriel that are just really powerful, right?
Oh, 920 is fucking huge.
Items that drop as well. Now, for the unique items dropping him, there is a tighter range versus relative to other bosses and other things. In general, unique items that drop from these bosses they're not going to roll the full 75 eye power range. They're much tighter across the board as you kind of step up into the more powerful bosses. I think the eye power range for Duriel, the eye power range for Duriel is much smaller than 75. I don't remember exactly what the range is specifically for that number, but. That is increased, but the uber unique items that drop from that have a chance to drop, a low chance to drop, but still will certainly drop from Duriel. Those are always rolled at cap, so they're always rolled at the highest eye power possible.
Very nice.
And all of the affixes on the uber unique also always roll at the highest values possible. So
that's
when you get
what I
an
said.
Unique item, there's not a better version of that specific uber unique
that's
item. That's
what I said.
That's always the very best one.
Yeah, so if you find a Shaco, you've got the very best version right there. So
yeah, you have it. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Good,
nice.
Dude.
Cool.
Nice.
Well, I know we just went through a slew of changes and updates coming to the game. And again, to reiterate, we still actually have more to talk about.
Yeah, we didn't talk about classes.
We didn't talk about
unique items.
We didn't talk about unique item changes.
We didn't talk about the damage buckets.
And I will note, unique item changes, like I said before, pretty much almost all unique items, or nearly all unique items, are getting some sort of update, which we will talk about on October 10th. I know a lot of people have asked for Mr. Adam Jackson to reappear and he will be back on October 10th to talk about all the different class changes that are coming. And
he has been summoned.
He has been summoned. He's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
We got the materials.
He's watching, though.
We got the materials to summon.
But yeah, we're going to be talking about all that stuff. We're also going to be talking about the resistance changes and stuff that we've been talking about already today, and how it's going to be much more valuable for people to be ensuring that they have it on like rings and all those other.
Well, and there are changes to the. We're going to get into it, but there are changes to the way that it works. So. Like, folks at home might be saying like, oh, like there's a resistance boss, but like with the current resistance system, how is that going to work? And the 1010 stream is really going to explain it. How the
resistance boss, make sure you get your lightning resist rings,
I will
boys.
also note that on the 1010 stream, we will even be talking about the first update that will be coming even after Season 2 launches. And that's something that we can briefly talk about here, which is after Season 2 launches, we'll of course have additional updates that will be coming within the season, and each of these updates are going to be adding new things, new ways of being able to enjoy the content, and new features that players have been asking for. So we'll be actually showcasing what
updates.
1-to-1 will be in that October 10th stream as well.
That's cool.
So people will get an early look of what the first update post Season 2 launch will be. And of course, we have a lot more to even talk about at BlizzCon. So if you are going to be at BlizzCon, make sure to check it out. Of course, we'll be streaming, and there'll be more information about,
When is
BlizzCon? The BlizzCon collection items and everything that will be available for players to be able to partake in. That will have items within Diablo 4, and of course items from other games that are going to be featured at BlizzCon, like World of Warcraft, Overwatch, and all the others. So.
But most importantly, at BlizzCon, you can bug Adam in person.
Yes, you can bug all of us in person at BlizzCon. So make sure to, if you are going to be coming to Anaheim, to check it out. And if you're interested in coming, of course, you can grab a ticket to BlizzCon, which is in early November. So
early November.
Good, first weekend of November, Friday and Saturday.
Right.
All right. One other thing that we did want to talk about is there's some changes that are coming in regards to Smoldering Ashes. For the free tier of the Battle Pass, because we've gotten a lot of feedback from players, and this kind of ties back to the experience items that we were talking about, where the tiers of the Smoldering Ashes were pretty deep in, and you would already be like a higher level and everything like that. And I know one of the big changes that we're doing is the character level requirements for those specific tiers with Smoldering Ashes have been reduced.
Okay.
So players will now actually run into those Smoldering Ashes and be able to use them. And they will automatically unlock now, which is really nice. Earlier within the actual Battle Pass as they're playing through, which is
so if you happen to like miss one when you're leveling up, which I think happened to a lot of players, certainly happened to me. It's like it's now when you go back to the when you go and you actually open up the Battle Pass, you'll see that you've already unlocked those Smoldering Ashes. You can go and spend those in your season blessings
and benefit from them right away.
On new season blessings, yes, there are 3 new season blessings for Season 2 that will be part of the new Battle Pass, of course. And of course, one other thing with the Battle Pass is there is going to be new town portal skins that will be unlocked and available for players as well. So of course, you can now change from blue town portal to different color town portal if you'd like. And there will be other town portal skins available in the Battle Pass as well. So
I like this angelic sort of feel to this
angelic
one.
one.
Very cool.
Yeah, you can look like you're friends with Imperius or like best friends with Imperius with your new town
and again,
portal.
In the free track.
Exactly.
Yep.
Imperius, and
what's
Arius.
the paid one look like?
Well, any of the angels.
Technically,
pick
it would be more
angel.
orange, I would say, if it was Imperius to match him. So I've been playing some Heroes of the Storm lately. So
love Heroes of the Storm.
I've got Imperius on my mind right now. Well, we do actually have one other big news thing that we did want to actually talk about today as well.
Overwatch crossover.
Which is we are bringing more Diablo 4 players into the world, because we're here to announce that Diablo 4 is actually going to be launching on Steam with the launch of Season 2. So on October 17th,
Analytics boys.
Diablo 4 will be available on Steam. Nice part about being on Steam, of course, is it carries over the same Elements is all the other or
playtime
all the other
metrics.
So cross play, cross progression will work immediately day one for anyone who does purchase on Steam. And so if you have friends on Battle.net and they prefer to play on Steam, they can of course play together from both sides, which is awesome to see. So wishlist will be available immediately after the stream for Diablo 4 coming on Steam. It's really nice.
That's kind of cool.
If you have a Steam Deck, it's another option of being able to play Diablo 4 because you can now take it like on the road with you, which is really good to see. So,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, lots of.
That's kind of big news.
Sanctuary on the go, yeah, which is good. And by the way, cross progression and everything, of course, that works with the console players as well. So if you're playing on Steam, you'll of course be able to play with Xbox and PlayStation users from that end. But I'm really impressed, by the way, that we got through a lot of content here in a pretty efficient manner.
So fast.
We actually are going to go through some Q&A from everyone in Twitch chat. So if you actually have a question and you're in Twitch chat, feel free to ask the question.
Chat.
We'll try to grab as many questions as possible. I'll use my trusty iPad and ask the questions and, of course, call out people's names and attempt to pronounce them correctly. But I know we will start off with one first question here as we grab more within the group. But what plans do you have for itemization?
Yeah, so we've obviously got a ton of feedback about the feeling of earning rewards in Diablo 4 and the feeling of like the power of those items and how interesting they are and how easy they are to compare and what the path towards getting like perfect items feels like and really what players are meant to do once they reach like that threshold of the game where they're trying to like fully like perfect their build. We have a lot of ideas of things we want to add on the itemization side in Diablo 4. The sorts of things I talked about earlier in the item section, like those really are just like some first small steps of the sorts of things we want to do. But we're reading through all this feedback. We have all like really interesting ideas and designs that we're working on the side. And we're excited to be able to bring those things to you over time. And we'll be talking about more of them in the future. But yeah, we have big plans for itemization for Diablo 4.
Yeah, I mean, really the themes here are more endgame stuff and improvements to itemization.
Yeah.
All right. Quick question here from Cursed47. It's great to improve mounts, but what will you do to fix and address open world items? Teleporting from Nightmare Dungeon to Nightmare Dungeon sometimes isn't very fun and wasn't the best way to fix the time issue. Is there more plans for open world elements using mounts? Sometimes doesn't feel like it matters after a certain point.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is being asked there.
They're asking if there's going to be like some more plans for some like open world content or anything that will be on the open world. And I think a lot of this ties back to some of the stuff that you're actually seeing in Seasons, because Seasons actually ends up adding a lot more content to the open world, even with Season 2. With us being able to add additional objectives and everything for players to actually grab.
Yeah, we want to have a mix of gameplay that occurs in dungeons, which is core Diablo gameplay, and gameplay that's occurring in the open world. And so with Season 2, you see things like the
Blood Harvest.
The new Blood Harvest, exactly, and some of the changes like the monsters being on level with you in open world. And the changes that Joe talked about with item power based on monster power. Right?
Yeah, in addition to that, just making sure that the various activities we have in Diablo 4 feel more rewarding to engage in on their own. One component of that being that the summoning tools that you need to go and farm these bosses that you want for these special unique items, and in some ways to go and challenge Duriel as well for those uber unique opportunities. Like these represent, I think, good steps forward to kind of make these content feel more compelling in general. But as we continue to march forward and we're looking at, I mean, we showed the content chart earlier with like all of the bosses and the way that we're sort of thinking about various parts of the end game experience. There's a lot of room there for us to continue to create more distinct activities that appeal to different kinds of players, and also just continue to bring out like various kind of parts of Sanctuary to make things more fun and engaging for players. So this really is, again, like just the first step of the sorts of things we want to continue to add and inject into Diablo 4 over time, right? And adding more content to the overworld is a part of that. Particularly like, content that has like high monster density and is like fun to go engage with and slaughter monsters in.
Adding it and the relevance of the content in the world, right? Because if there's content in the world, but it's not relevant, then you're just riding past it, right?
That's absolutely right, yep.
We have a question from these names. Legless Puppy, which probably rolls around on wheels, and it's probably a cool puppy.
That sounds
for sure.
really sad, actually. In a way.
Well, I mean, if they're on wheels, that's pretty cool.
I mean, I guess if it has wheels.
Yeah.
Sure.
Rolling on some good rims or something.
Okay, I guess Adam likes taking legs off puppies, but weird take.
Is there any chance of the level cap being removed off of Paragon glyphs?
Yeah. Joe, you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So we have talked before quite a bit about how we look at power progression in Diablo 4. Particularly, we talked a lot more about this like before launch, and a little bit before Season 1. But Diablo 4 is designed with the idea of kind of cap power progression sort of in mind.
What did you ask
make sure that we find the right ways for players to continue to grow the power of their characters as they continue to engage in the game. We will be looking for more opportunities for players, particularly as they reach level 100 and they're looking for more ways to get stronger and get more powerful. We want to find more ways for them to do that feel in ways that feel compelling and are fun, and don't feel like this extra task work they have to do in order to like take that next step, right?
Yeah, I think if I think about the reasoning behind that question, I think part of it comes down to, we talk about cap power progression, which has good reasons.
I don't think they'll read that.
But also, players are saying like, well, I ran out of stuff to do. Can there be more stuff to do, right? And so increasing the Paragon glyph cap could be one way to do that. The way we're doing it in Season 2 is through all of the end game boss summoning mechanics.
Yeah, the end game boss summoning mechanics, and then the vampire powers people level up as you go through the season,
yeah.
right? But yeah, it's not even just having more things to do. It's making sure that there are more things to do that impact the performance of my character, and I feel like there's more ways I can get stronger.
At end game for yes,
right?
Yeah, that's a much better way to say it.
No, yeah, but I think that it's all fair, right? I think that there's room here for us to continue to add more of that, to that experience, particularly as the players level 100.
Yeah.
I look forward to more of those, updates as we continue to kind of march along.
Yeah.
Navastra says, could we have a Paragon board reset button, or be able to buy reset scrolls for a set amount of gold or something? Won't talk about anything today, but
oh shit,
we'll look into it.
Wink.
Yeah, what an interesting idea. What an interesting idea.
There you go. Yeah. Cool. Next question that we have is from, trying to pronounce these names here, Deyv. Question about Uber Uniques. Is there a chance for you guys to improve Uber Unique stats?
So Uber Uniques are going to be one of those things that are going to get discussed, I think, a little bit more next week when Adam is on talking about the
I don't understand why they're answering questions that they've already kind of answered like during the live stream.
Or the affix and skill bucket changes they've made.
Actual
So I think that's a good question for that group to answer as part of that conversation. But I suspect that there are opportunities for us to make some improvements, particularly with some Uber Uniques.
What about solo self-found?
JJ Lafrite says, is the stash search usable for legendary powers and affixes?
Yes.
Yes, you can search through those. So it'd just be searching through the box or anything like that, because we do have that field that lets you actually look that up specifically from that end. Nelix87 says, are there any plans to give clans some love? Currently, clan management is very limited.
Dude, a lot.
Clan leaders and their officers
You missed a fair bit, Magnum.
Tools to track anything related to the clan. Are there like maybe plans for like clan stashes?
We've got some pretty nice changes, mate. Some good stuff. I think pretty positive.
We'd love to add more
live stream. We'll go over some more after the
in particular clan management
live stream
tools,
has finished.
More cool things
if you're going to be
for
around
clans to do together, and that's something that we'll have more to share on in the future.
Pewter Odin says, will we be receiving more coins in the Battle Pass instead of 666? And I know that there is a change this season for the Battle Pass, because there was a lot of feedback where players would receive platinum, and then they wouldn't be able to actually end up using that platinum to be able to grab something from the shop. You will be able to use platinum from the Battle Pass this season, because there's going to be options now that will meet that specific amount. So players will have some options available to them from that end.
Yeah, you get to buy like a fucking, I don't know, pair of fucking shit-stained pants from the premium store for 600 points.
How many uniques will you add every season? Any news on set items?
So no news on set items just yet.
Why do people want set items so bad? People fucking hated set items.
To around 6 so far. There are more than 6 as part of season 2. So we'll talk more about that. I believe in the blog we talk about some of these numbers. But yeah, I think there's more than there's like 12 uniques in season 2 right now. Yeah. We'll be continuing to evaluate these counts as we go, but now that there's ways for players to farm these things, we're excited about trying to find more opportunities to inject some within. But we also want to continue to add new legendary aspects as well, and more ways for you to kind of like create that build and kind of earn it more, before you hit.
Question is, can I whirlwind?
Yeah, and in general, season 2 is represented. Like we think that there should be more. In a season, and season 2 is representative of that direction.
Yeah. Question from Fletchy. Good name, not biased at all. How is Duriel going to compare to Echo of Lilith regarding difficulty?
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. So Echo of Lilith is our pinnacle challenge boss. She is very, very difficult. And we've made some adjustments to her to make her a little bit easier for players of different builds to take down, which I think you've seen some of those changes even during the course of Season 1. But in Season 2, Duriel is designed not to be at that same level of difficulty. He is a little bit easier because you can use all the materials to go and fight Duriel, and you could fail. Right, so like we want to make sure that if you have gotten your build together and you know the fight really well and you've got the proper amount of poison resist, which I recommend, that's going to make it a little bit easier to engage with
poison resist
versus the hard mechanical challenge that Lilith poses kind of separately. So Duriel is going to be less difficult overall to overcome than Uber Lilith in this way.
I'm going to try to combine 2 questions into one here because I think they're pretty similar in terms of, or at least we can talk about them both together. Team Loose Leaf asks, will the 5 new bosses you target farm be a permanent addition after season 2? Don't answer that yet. Oh, you already did. But thanks, Joe.
You have to say it before.
I did. I was saying I was going to combine 2. And then now I can't even find the other question, but it was related to, oh, here it is. Fat Teppy says, do you guys have any plans for Eternal Realm content, something permanent that isn't just seasonal? Which I do want to note because Joe just mentioned, yes, the boss ladder items that we were just talking about will be going beyond season 2, and then they also will be part of the Eternal Realm day 1 with season 2.
That's kind of cool.
So even Eternal Realm characters will be able to partake in farming those specific bosses.
Nice. Bosses and the items,
and the items themselves. So.
And yeah, the other side of that is just so we're going to be adding more content to the Eternal Realm beyond just these bosses. Yeah. When we talk about, like, when we showed the chart of the content types before, and oh wow, it's already ready, already prompted. When we showed these things out before, once again, as a reminder, we do see that there's a lot of space in here for players in Eternal Realm and in Seasons to go and engage with different kinds of content at different points in progression. So we are excited about trying to provide more of those opportunities as we kind of continue on in development for Diablo 4. It's part of making the game better, is making sure that it's more fun at those stages, particularly World Tiers 3 and especially World Tier 4.
Yeah.
Question from Ice Gammon. Have you guys given thought to being able to craft specific nightmare dungeon keys rather than crafting over and over to get a specific dungeon?
Yes. We are still kind of talking about how we want players to engage in nightmare dungeons and what makes it most fun for them. So we're in constant conversations and we're looking at gameplay and analytics and also just general player feedback. And we're taking all of these things into account. So it is one of the things that we're thinking about.
All right. Question from Digital Wizard 91 regarding endgame boss mechanics. Is there any visual improvements to the readability of their attacks compared to other bosses or other encounters that we've had in the past?
Yes, there have been.
Yeah, I think I know we showed really brief.
We showed some of the stuff on traps, right? But there are other visual improvements.
Yeah, and we even showed the boss quick little intros as they're kind of coming in.
Right.
But you can, at least with Gregor, you can kind of see some of his mechanics that are in play there regarding the tiles, and you can clearly see where they're going to be hitting. When encountering this.
I haven't got the fart sound.
So,
I haven't got the fart sound. Hang on. There we go.
BR Bulbul.
Hey man, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that.
Are you going to be able to save builds to a wardrobe like Diablo 3 potentially in the future?
Oh, builds, yeah, like you can with
and congrats to everybody who got a gifted sub as well.
This is something that we'd like to add in the future.
And then you said that on stream before, actually. Now that I think about
it continues to be true.
Yeah, it continues to be true.
Has not changed. Is there any plans for this from Intrepid Gamer? Are there any plans for like,
I wish I could like
trade interface where
shout a little bit more, but
use
it's so
like
late.
Other third-party tools like going over Discord or something
it's
like
quarter
that.
to 5.
Potentially find opportunities to find other users that might have that.
Yeah, there is some light functionality baked into trade chat right now, but I think we're really, as part of the season, like with the material trains that's going to be available for players to use to summon the bosses. I think we're starting to see players begin to stress the systems that we have, and based on their feedback, it's going to advise a lot of how we want to like think about trading in the future for Diablo 4.
Yeah.
So that's going to tell us about like UI UX enhancements we want to make and just general like improvements to the kinds of things.
Oh shit.
Our Codex of Power with extracted aspects was discussed. Are you guys still interested or looking into this?
We want to make the Codex of Power better in ways like that, and we'll have more to share on that in the future.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of people chiming in specifically in chat about like things like leaderboards, which we've already talked about. That is actually a
coming in season 3.
Season 3 feature. So leaderboards are most definitely coming, and those will be available in season 3. Pugina TV says, "Do I need to buy the game again in Steam, or is there any source use of it in Steam if I bought it before?" You don't need to buy the game again on Steam. It's your choice. If you prefer to play on Steam, you can. Or sorry, let me clarify. You do need to buy the game again on Steam if you want to play it on Steam. But if you already have the game, of course, you have the option of playing it on the other platforms, specifically from that front. There's some people that prefer to purchase games on Steam and have it available there. So they have that option now, starting with Season 2 on October 17th, when the game becomes available.
Buy the game a second time, boys. You heard it here first.
Trying to think here. I've now lost track of where I was because I was going down a list. Legless Puppy again has another question. Diablo, or at Diablo, is there any changes planned for glyph experience cap, removing or increasing the level cap on glyphs? Will give us more reasons to run Nightmare Dungeons.
You already asked that question, mate.
Yeah, I kind of answered this a little bit before. So we are looking at ways to make sure that players feel like they've got good progression opportunities once they reach like level 100. They've capped out some of these sorts of systems. The exact contents of that, or like exactly what we're going to do, we're not ready to talk about just today. Yeah. But we are definitely aware of the interest in that particular solution, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about
they
the
just
changes
answered
in
this
season
question,
2 that relate to leveling up to 100. And a natural consequence of this is that more players are going to reach 100.
Yep.
And that means they need content to do. And that's something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about right now.
VZAT says, can Duriel drop 920 item power rare items or just Uber uniques?
No, the items that drop from Uber Duriel at that stage are not going to always be, like the rare items won't always be 920 eye power. They're going to follow the same range as if it's a level 100 monster. So there's still a 75 eye power swing on the rare item drops from Uber Duriel, or the Duriel, the King of Maggots, right? So that's really more the focus there. Okay. The unique items obviously will have a much tighter range than the 75 eye power swing of rare items, but the Uber uniques will always be at 920. But rare items, no, they will still have they'll still have a range. If you want to get a tighter range on rare items, then you can maybe potentially think about going and hitting Nightmare Dungeons of a higher eye power range, or a higher level range, because then you're going to start having the eye power min of the rare range start to go higher and higher with every new monster level that you fight.
A lot of questions about loot filters. Don't know if there's any plans or discussions regarding loot filters that you guys want to talk about.
I'll just acknowledge that being able to filter your loot is part of ARPG that many players enjoy, and we have heard that feedback, and it's something that we're exploring right now.
And then
exploring,
there is a question from Misfit Dio, which is, will Nightmare Sigils rotate within the season, or will it be the same dungeons for the whole season?
It's going to remain the same set of dungeons for the season in the current format. You know, we can talk about what rotating them more frequently would feel like. It would mean invalidating keys after a period of time, you know, or having a smaller selection of dungeons overall that rotates more regularly. But right now, we've really focused on making sure that we've got
invalidating keys would be bad,
really
wouldn't it?
Come to think of it. With the season.
Yeah. All right, and we'll do one more question here, which is actually, you know what? I know it's a question that a lot of people are talking about, which is stash tabs. And because obviously we have changes here for Season 2 that address a lot of inventory related concerns. Are there any plans for additional stash tabs in the future or anything to discuss today?
I don't have any announcements on additional stash tabs, but what I can say is that we recognize that there continues to be a need, and that there will continue to be a need for more improvements to being able to store items. That's just players. It's an RPG. Players want to store a lot of items, and we're going to continue to make improvements in this area. You've seen some of them here today in Season 2, and we're going to continue to work on this.
Awesome. So took a bunch of questions here, and you know, we went through all the Season 2 Season of Blood changes or new Season of Blood mechanics.
They didn't mention if she could be farmed for Uber Uniques.
Season 1, which is Season of the Malignant, actually ends on October 17th. And Season 2 starts also on October 17th.
They said
all
the other
dates
bosses.
and times are actually going to be listed on
they didn't
a
actually
blog that will
specifically
be
talk
live
about
immediately
Lilith
after this live stream. I will note that the plan is for Season 2 to actually start at 10 a.m. Pacific on the 17th. So if you guys want to like pre-plan schedules or anything like that,
2 a.m. for me. Fantastic.
So we will actually be back here again for a campfire chat on October 10th with Mr. Adam Jackson, who will be going over all the class changes, class balance changes, class updates. As again,
they didn't say anything about Hearts and DZ
updates that are coming in within the game, along with the damage bucket updates for vulnerable, overpower, and critical strike damage.
But I believe they said in the past
unique item updates that we are going to be covering.
Seasonal gear
of course, we'll have a Q&A associated with that. So there's a lot to talk about
back into regular gear
as well. And I will note that we do plan on having patch notes available on the 10th immediately after that stream, so people can read through what is currently 41 pages of patch notes for people to kind of sort through and read through all the changes that will be coming within the game. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Again, Season 2 is October 17th, and again, Diablo 4 will now be available on Steam. You can wishlist that now, and it will be available with Season 2 when it arrives. So we have a lot to talk about on the 10th, and to talk about 121 on the 10th as well. Sorry, forgot about that. Our future plans with Season 2, and of course, more to talk at BlizzCon. So thank you guys again from the whole Diablo 4 team here at Blizzard. Appreciate you guys joining in, and we'll see you next week for the October 10th stream. Have a good one.
Thank you for playing.
Yep. Thanks.
Oh, there it is. Fuck yeah, boy. Now, did they upload that blog that they were talking about? Like, was it Insta? Or no? I don't think so, right? No, it wasn't Insta. Fuck. Wait, what happened to the stream? Did I get rid of it? Oops. So what did you guys think then? Thoughts? I think that went pretty well, honestly. Like, the changes seemed decent, honestly. I'm most looking forward to the new endgame systems, like being able to farm uniques and stuff like that. Seems like a really solid thing. The quality of life stuff, man, there's just so much of it. Like, these are just the notes that I took. Like, insane stuff. It's like definitely oh man, I didn't even know where to start with this. It's crazy amount of stuff. This is just like, these are just the keynotes that I took. That's so many, dude. It seemed pretty fucking solid though. Like, there's plenty of things to be looking forward to here. CC being reduced, that's a big one for me. Nightmare afflictions are being changed, which is great. Nightmare dungeons or dungeons in general having like the shitty objectives removed, so they're like far more.
There we go. Sorted.
What's this?
Sorted.
Yeah, dungeons gonna be easier to do. World event timers have been reduced, so they're much more frequent. Endgame activities buffed, like basically more XP, more gold, more loot from everything. UI got a solid bunch of buffs as well. We got the filter for the stash tab and everything. Fuck, dude. Gems are now no longer dropped, but you just get a crafting material that allows you to craft gems. Enchanting is way less expensive. Lower tier gear no longer drops. So like if you're in tier 4, you always get ancestral gear, which is sick. And uniques from the Ubers that you can farm are always like high rollers. They're not like, unless it's an Uber unique, they'll still have a range, but like Uber uniques will max roll. Fuck, man. And also you're going to be able to level 40% faster than before. That's nuts, dude. We're going to be leveling it like 1 to 100 race will be like a day now. That's crazy. Fucking hell. There's like a bounty board as well where like you just get target farmed gear. Like you just collect, like basically you just collect a currency for doing content for the season, and then you can use that currency to like specifically buy certain things, which is pretty neat. That's handy. There's like new enemies that are basically players. Like they're like barbarians, rogues, wizards, necromancers and stuff like that you can kill. And the mechanic itself looks pretty neat. It's kind of I'm not sure how to describe it because I've not played anything like it before, but there's a lot of cool stuff there. Some of the effects look pretty neat. They didn't release too much on the news side of things for it though. Is this the blog? Well, there's nothing on it. Murgle. What does it say here? What the hell did I just click on? What the fuck? What did I just click on? I think it just said click here. Oh. Oh, well that's not good, is it? To get the full overview of the upcoming season of Blood, visit this article. I guess it's not gone live just yet. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to look forward to there, actually. And we still have another, like, whole fucking live stream of stuff to go through once that drops on the 10th, which we'll go over again. We'll watch that. But I wanna try and get this bloody thing up so I can do a... Ah, here we go. Let's have a look. These are your packs. Oh, look, we've got all of the new powers here as well, boys. Check that out. So we have... Fucking hell, mate. Your ultimate skill gains 20% cooldown reduction. Your ultimate skill gains 12% increased damage for each nearby enemy affected by damage over time. God damn. Your Conjuration, Companion, and Bat Familiar attacks deal 52% increased damage to crowd-controlled enemies. So there's pet builds for you boys. There's pet build stuff right there. You deal 24% increased damage to enemies who are stunned, immobilized, feared, frozen. If they are also injured and not elite, they are killed instantly. Feed the Coven. Lucky hits, Conjuration, Companion, Familiar attacks have up to 60% chance to restore primary resource. For every 5 basic skills you cast, one of your active cooldowns is reduced. Oh, okay. Your attacks deal 80% of your maximum life as physical damage to nearby enemies. This can only occur once every 4 seconds. You heal for 1% of your maximum life for each enemy damaged this way. So you do 80% of your max life. So you do like 40k damage, 50k damage. No. Sorry, I'm miles off. Like 20, 30k damage. but you also heal for 1% of your max life every time an enemy is damaged, which is kind of good. Jesus. Oh, here are the major ones. Lucky hit, up to a 44% chance to inflict vampiric curse on enemies. Enemies affected with the curse have a 50% chance to spread it to another enemy. Accursed souls deal 200% increased damage. While channeling... Oh, so we saw that one. This is the blood pool beneath you when you're channeling. When your core skills overpower an enemy, you spawn 3 volatile bloods. Collecting volatile bloods cause it to explode, dealing 60% physical damage around you. Every 20 seconds, your next skills is guaranteed to be an overpower. There's like a lot of overpowers now as well. Casting a mastery, weapon mastery, macabre, wrath, or imbuement skill calls a bat ally to attack nearby enemies, dealing 80% damage with a 30% chance to stun. That's kind of a lot of damage, I think. That's kind of a lot of damage. You deal 60% increased damage over time to enemies that are moving or affected by a vampiric curse. That are moving. Interesting. When you invade, you turn into a cloud of bats and become unstoppable. Enemies along your path take 160% physical damage and are afflicted with a vampiric curse. Hitting an enemy with a basic attack grants you 4% attack speed for 10 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Upon reaching maximum stacks, you enter a vampiric blood rage, gaining 160% basic skill damage and 15% movement speed. Like, dude, what the fuck? We're gonna be like frenzy build all over the place. Vampiric curse. Killing an enemy affected by your vampiric curse stores their soul. Casting a defensive, macabre, or agility skill unleashes stored souls to attack nearby enemies. You can hold up to 8 souls. So, some pretty interesting build theories I think we can go on there. It's cool to see like overpower is present in a lot of these as well. So we'll probably be seeing a lot of that in the future. There's the 3 new bosses that we're going to be doing. Some of the specific loot that you can get from them exclusively. Season rewards have been rebalanced. And we know this actually. They've made the seasonal rewards, like the season blessings, easier to get. So you can get access to those bonuses much more quickly. We got to look at a new skin, I guess. There's a new barbarian skin. So, I mean, they got the good skins up front. Seasonal stash here. We'll have... with Season of the Malignant coming to an end, we want to ensure your hard-earned gear transfers to the Eternal Realm. Once the Season of Malignant ends, all seasonal characters will be transferred to the Eternal Realm. All items in that character's Season of the Malignant stash will go into the new Withdraw-only stash tab on the Eternal Realm. You have all of the Season of Blood to withdraw any items you would like to keep. Any items left in the withdraw tab will be unrecoverable. You can see here that the gems on the jewelry have gone back to regular gems, guys. So you will not be getting Malignant Hearts, okay? Like, they've gone back to regular gems, as expected. I'm just going through this myself so I can understand everything as best as possible. Oh, a cosmetic set for Diablo Immortal, guys. GG. Also, look, there's a DLSS update there, which is really good. This doesn't cover nearly as much as I thought it would. This is kind of just like the season preview, and it doesn't cover any of the like extra like stuff as well. Yeah, absolutely. I'll link it to you, buddy. Here you go, guys. Here's the link of what I'm reading. That's what I've been reading there, and I'll be doing a video now. I think we're gonna probably chop the stream off here. I'm going to go make this video while it's still fresh in my mind. Get to bed. It is, after all, like 5 a.m. for me. So I got to get my beauty sleep, you know. I feel like a zombie, but I need to get this video out now, I think, to be the best thing for it, don't you reckon? But boys, that was a lot of fun. I think we've got actually some stuff to look forward to there, which is fantastic. And yeah, I mean, hopefully we can have a wider discussion on it tomorrow. Like, for those of you who didn't catch the whole thing, my summary should be up in like the next couple of hours, so you can catch that, and I'm going over all of the key points. But yeah, we'll definitely be talking a lot about this in the coming days. I think that's safe to say, right? But looking good. But take care, everyone, and I'll see you on the next stream in I'm not too sure when, but it won't be super long. We'll be streaming tomorrow. All right, guys. I love you. Cheers now. Bye-bye.